Ladies and gentlemen, I totally knew where this spot was, and I didn't have to be shown to it by anybody. It's time to start the Day of Dungeons. Dungeons. I guess I have to echo a few more times. Dungeons. There we go. Okay. See, if I did the second echo, it would work.
Few in the galaxy could stand against such a formidable collection of talent. That is why my master would like to make you an offer. There are many ears about. Please wait while I establish a secure connection.
My name is Darth Nuren. I've been following your careers with great interest.
I believe Gigas are heels. Or kinda.
Everywhere I go, people seem to know my name. And ask me for favors.
That is the price of fame. Everyone wants something from you. But I come with an offer. An opportunity waiting to be seized. Are you familiar with the Tython hegemony? An independent sector they claim to be neutral in the war between the Empire and Republic. Wealthy, powerful, and stubborn, the Tython hegemony has the potential to be the Empire's greatest threat now that the Republic has fallen low.
The Republic has fallen low? We're losing, lady.
The war with the Republic has left the Empire vulnerable. Do you think they'll try to take advantage of the situation?
In the past, the Tython hegemony has been aggressive about expanding its sphere of influence, but things have changed. We intercepted a series of classified transmissions. The Tython hegemony's in trouble. The worlds are being overrun by Rakghouls. Unchecked, the outbreak will infect billions. Entire planets will be overrun. But with chaos comes opportunity for those with the power to seize it.
You're afraid of the Rakghouls, aren't you?
As a group, you have power far greater than my own.
The Tython hegemony is trying to suppress this news. It has been difficult to gather the necessary details.
Meet me on my ship. Hopefully by then we'll know more. My apprentice can provide the location.
Here are the coordinates of my master's vessel. She eagerly looks forward to your arrival.
I'm sorry, the thing that got a laugh out of me there, the whole time I was thinking, I actually looked up the pronunciation of hegemony when I was designing the hegemony for my own setting. And, she kept saying hegemony, and I'm like, well, okay, Lord knows I don't have room to be persnickety about pronunciation, so I'm just gonna let it go. And then he says hegemony, and I'm like, oh. Okay. It's okay, Malachor. Darth Puppies is actually a member of the Wilson family. That's fair. Also, who's Jargon? I don't know that name. I don't know most names. Because I'm very stupid. Tyron! Okay. Hi, Tyron. Yes, hegemony is pronounced hegemony, but it can also be pronounced hegemony. But that's exactly my point. One of them pronounced it hegemony, and one of them pronounced it hegemony. That's pretty much entirely my point there. Alright, let's do it. Darth Midriff. Yeah, it's got a G, like in GIF. I try not to say that one. It is GIF in my head, and it always will be. But I know some people really hate that, so I try not to rub that in. Like, GIF doesn't even process for me. That takes a second for me to be like, what? What's a GIF? Oh, right. The Gith. Githyanki, to be more specific, Blade of all. Whee! Interesting, Tyron. I just realized we won't have access to a story mode, will we, for any of these 4? That should be fun. Well, arch is pronounced that way because it's different from an arch. Like, there's an arch, and then there's an arsh, which is actually Greek. Which is kind of where the whole Arshian guy thing even comes from. It's one of the reasons why I always tried to get people to spell it with the E at the end to distinguish it from just arch. Very few people did that. And that didn't matter because then I decided to actually make this my career and realized that Arshian Gaia was going to be an absolutely terrible name for long-term brand sustainability, so we became the lore runner. We don't have a Bragwin. No! Why don't we have a Bragwin? Is Bragwin having the no progress bug? Oh, Jesus. Do me a favor. Oh, yeah, go back out and come back in. Sometimes that does it. Like, sometimes it needs to acknowledge. Nope. What's your quest step say right now, Bragwin? Oh my god. This game! This frickin' game. Yeah, I see that she's not on the step we're on. Even though she was in the cutscene. Yeah, go... So go ahead and go back to... I can see you in chat if you want to type there, Brigman. So head back to Fleet. Like, use your Fleet transport if you've got it. But head back to Fleet. And then use the flight path here, and hopefully it'll update this time. Good lord, yeah. Do we have, No. No. Oh, here we go. Oh my god, that's a mess. But... there it is. Yep, I see your objective right there, Bragwin. Travel to Imperial Fleet. Ugh. She picked up the quest with us earlier. It's just, it did this for Giga too, Malachor. I've been mentally calling this the not sharing bug. Or the group not sharing bug, if you prefer. This has been happening a increasing amount of time. I don't remember this bug happening back in the day. Like the last 2 times we streamed this. And based on that evidence, and given how lengthy those streams were, I'm willing to say that this is actually a bug they added in one of the more recent expansions. I'm not blaming the one that came out this year. I'm just saying, something that happened after, in the last, I guess, 2.5 years at this point, has introduced this bug to the game, and it sucks. It is a huge freaking... It's not even a rock in the shoe, because in some cases you have to redo an entire mini instance just to progress. It's ridiculous. I'm with you. I can't lay down, but you know what I can do? Hang on, Giga. I got you, I got you. I guess I can lay down. I didn't think that would happen. Sorry, Giga. Sorry. But it's okay. The Culto will make up for it. It's, yeah, you know what? Yeah, it takes off my shoes, Vigilant. Exactly. Good lord. Oh, do you have it now? Hang on. You do! Hey! Okay. Moving forwards.
Welcome, my lord. I've been monitoring the situation in the Tython hegemony. Things are getting worse. The Tython noble families have quarantined all worlds in the sector. No ships can land or leave without permission. The announcement was not popular. Those trapped on the infected worlds feel betrayed by their rulers.
See, what would be a good playlist for a Rakghoul dungeon?
The nobles had to contain the outbreak using any means possible.
I agree. though they should have acted sooner. They waited too long to impose travel restrictions, and the virus spread. 4 worlds have been completely overrun. A 5th, Kaon, is down to a handful of survivors battling for their lives. Among those survivors are several nobles related to the ruling family, but we will have to act quickly if we want to rescue them.
If it bleeds, I can kill it.
If it
The
bleeds, we
Ratgulls
can
are
kill
not
it.
the real enemy.
Dun.
They are only a tool, a weapon for a hidden foe. Whoever unleashed this plague is trying to destabilize the Tython hegemony so they can swoop in and seize power. Someone with that kind of ambition could become a dangerous rival if left unchecked.
Look, I like that song, okay? What do you want from me? We discovered the key.
Turning the Ratghoul plague
Defeat the
into
monster.
an instrument of war.
Now repeat after me.
Feat.
Learning how the
Sorry,
virus was
sorry.
synthesized could give us a powerful weapon to use against our foes. We have a contact on Kaon, Major Beisel, head of local security. He's cleared a shuttle to take you down to the surface. Major Beisel will contact you with a situation update after you land.
What?
Good. You're here. I've been monitoring
What?
the situation in the Tython hegemony. Things
Uh,
are getting worse.
What?
The Tython no...
Huh? Okay. I was just say that... Hi. I don't know who you are, but hi. Oh, this is Cord. Whoops. We don't have... Oh, never mind. We're good. We're good. Oh, hi, Blue Snow. Yeah, veteran mode, because we don't have story mode. Yeah, I think we have some replacements if anybody wants to swap out, just as a heads up. Again, we've got lots of dungeons to go through, pretty much back to back. Like, I think it is 8 total. No, it's 6, isn't it? Hang on, I got a list. I got a guide here. It is... No, it is 8. Wow. Yeah, we've got 8 dungeons back to back. Whew. Two or 3 men out there at the most. I'm the only one who's awake. I don't believe in goblins and ghosts. Stupid lizard. Give me a break. Sorry. We're good. Seriously, if you haven't heard the Predator musical, do me a favor and go YouTube that right now. Oh, this looks lovely. Stop shaving, you don't have a beard. Now I gotta listen to that again. That's such a good song. Yeah, this planet don't look so good. Oh, I'm a stealther. That's okay. Oh, that's a neat effect.
Major Beisel here. Got a situation developing. The nobles are getting desperate. They want off this world. They're heading for the spaceport with their bodyguards. Figure they can fight through the Ratghouls and get a ship. We can't let them break quarantine. I'm sending my patrols to the spaceport. Meet us there.
Okay, real talk. I kind of like that. That adds to the atmosphere. That light. I mean, it's problematic if you do this, but the fact that we have our own little flashlight droid adds to the atmosphere. I like that. Now let's see if it's actually problematic from a gameplay perspective. I've played Doom 3, I know how this goes. Well, if you'll notice, I don't see their flashlight at all. Now, I don't know if they have a flashlight, but as you can see, the only flashlight I'm seeing is my own. So if they have one, I don't see theirs, which would be good. It's either that or I'm the only one with one, which is less good, but still cool. Am I the only one with a flashlight? Is that what's happening here? It's interesting. How could you forget it, Mr. Red? We did it like 3 days ago.
We're too late.
Again.
Nobles got their hands on
Again,
a
again,
shuttle.
again,
They're
again,
bringing
again,
up
again,
the
again, again.
quarantine.
I'll wait, Orkana. So I'm kind of curious now. I didn't click any box, by the way. It just automatically gave me one. Now that would be cool. Flashlight, you know, lightsaber as a flashlight. What is that? Seriously, what is that? It's the void! I knew it! Oh, hang on. Oh, yep, I can see your flashlight. Which I guess makes sense, since that would mean you can see mine, too. Well, atmosphere killed. I'm just kidding. Yeah, Corellia is pretty terrible, though. Like, really, really legitimately terrible. Looks like I can get rid of mine, too. Interesting.
The shuttle's down. Pilot must have panicked during the escape.
I don't see a question from you, Sean?
My squad's heading to the crash site to look for survivors. Meet
Oh,
us
the
there.
Mass Effect run. Not applicable, I guess is the answer to that. We're not going for a Paragon or a Renegade playthrough. The only big distinctions is we're going to go ahead and have it be Male Shepherd. We're going to save Hayden or Kaiden or whatever his stupid name is. And I think we're romancing Miranda. Hayden, okay. I'll get it in my head once I hear it. That's how I usually work when it comes to pronunciations. Once I hear it, it tends to stick in there. Like Noxoramus. As soon as I heard that word, it was like, oh, okay. Exactly, Lilumlas. I have never spared Kaiden before. Not once in any playthrough. So, for the sake of review... No, Magister. Only the MSQ dungeons have story mode as an option, which is a strange choice, but I wonder what any of that says. I wonder. Hang on just a second. So Google Translate has this thing where you can, like, drop an image into it. Hey, I should make thumbnails for my YouTube videos. See if we can grab any of that there. Here, let's try this bit right here. No, looks like it doesn't know Orabesh. Damn! Oh well. It tried, but it doesn't have Orabesh as an option. So, Nirazaz asks, which MMO out there has the most wasted potential? See you around, Darts Aaron. Have a good day at work. Or else. Yes, Ontario. See, I'm actually torn between Tor or STO, ironically. Both of them do some things very right, obviously. But both of them could do so much more. Yeah, wasted potential. Like, I mean, all I have to say is STO ground, you know? Kingdoms of Amalur. The MMO that never even got off the ground.
Spread out. Check for survivors.
Major, we got a live one.
Thanks.
Hey, you alright?
I agree, Lothario. It's part of why that scene is and always will be a negative. Friends. Friends. Yes, Kingdoms of Amalur was literally... Have you not seen my rumination on it? Was literally designed to be a prototype for the MMO. They wanted to make the MMO first. Then they decided to go ahead and make Kingdoms of Amalur as a test bed for making that MMO. And then obviously Kingdoms of Amalur happened, and so that MMO never came into being, and never will at this point. Yep, base Delta 0.
Those things would have torn me to pieces. You saved my life. Never thought I'd be glad to see the Empire on Kaon.
Don't let your prejudices blind you to the benefits the Empire can bring you.
Those prejudices run pretty deep here on Kaon. Truth be told, a lot of people on Kaon actually blame the Empire for this outbreak. They figure an infected ship was intentionally sent here to destabilize the system.
What kind of evidence do you have? Or are you just throwing around wild theories?
I'm just telling you what I heard. Doesn't seem that far-fetched, though. The Empire's done far worse in its day. But if you're not responsible, there's one way to prove it. Checking the records at the Spaceport will show where the infected ship came from. Should tell us who's behind this, one way or another.
That should have been the first thing you did.
Our first priority was enforcing the quarantine. Couldn't let this spread. But I've got patrols headed to the Spaceport now. Maybe we'll get lucky and find some... Oh! My chest is on fire! No! It was just a scratch. Oh! One scratch can't turn me into... Oh! Please, do something!
Okay.
It's too late for you. There's only one solution.
Well, that sucks.
Red Patrol checking in. Still no enemy contact.
Thank God they won't scratch us. Right? Right. That's a good question, Lord Harriman. I actually don't know at all. I am similarly curious, because there's a lot of legal wiggle room there, since Tor predates Star Wars' purchase of EA. I mean, Disney. I mean, Disney's purchase of Star Wars. There we go. Jesus, Lord.
Red Patrol, we're pinned down. Locked into an ambush. Came at us from all sides. Can't hold position much longer. Gonna have to make a break. No! No! No!
Trapped there forever, apparently. This is my life now. Hey, there we go. Damn it, Bella, no! No, you don't understand! Run, Bella, the zombies! Oh, God, no. Bella is now a zombie. But thank you, Bella Zombie. Always appreciate you. I will put that towards the Kingdom Hearts block in just a second. Never Knights 1. God. Yes, it's the only way. I don't. Okay, well, alright. Let's do this. This. I don't have a knockback, and I don't have my interrupt in my bar. There it is. Very well. I shall Phantom Stride, which is one of these buttons. There it is. Whoa! Except that didn't do anything. Still not doing anything. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's I didn't know I actually had a closer. Oh, that was part of the game. There's no screams in StarCraft music. Get him, Braglin! Get him! Oh, that was wild. Maybe? That was just a straight up lag bug. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. That is absolutely lag. Oh, my God. Ugh. Knockbacks more than meets the eye. Oh, yeah. Just get knocked all over the place here. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Oh, these are. Ain't on Giga at this point, since that's kind of my life. Jesus. saw that, Triaxia. I wasn't surprised about it, though, because Atlas is evil, as I've said many times. I almost banned their games because of how much they pissed me off. You guys talked me down from that. Whoops, too loud, too loud. There's a lot of these. My goodness. Oh, absolutely, Sean. It's a pretty common trick, actually. Well, that sucked. Hit me, Brigwin. Or whoever's on the gun. Oh, Jesus. This is, longer than it should be. Neat, but longer than it should be. I'm just fucking right. Oh god, there we go. There we go. Jesus. Yeah, that took too long. That actually got boring. I've talked about that before when it comes to designing an encounter. Even if it's awesome, you don't want it to overstay its welcome because it very quickly threatens to go into boredom. Thank you very much, Lartek. I will jot that down for the messenger. Thank you.
Green Patrol, all clear in our neck of the woods.
Yeah, no, he could have I mean, they managed even without, like, any of that. Your question makes so little sense to me, Eleazar, I'm sorry. You realize they didn't have most of that on their side to begin with, right? Anything that's squick, Latario. And you're probably thinking, but what's squick? Nope. Stuff that I don't like saying out loud. That's what squick is. It's actually quite rare to see in video games. Unless those games are called Frambo. I will say tanking is very weird in this game. We're kind of getting used to it. Oh yeah, nice atmosphere. Not super impressed on the gameplay axis, but I'm leaning towards a plus to story for right now. Look at this. Pull up.
Green Patrol, got a visual on the spaceport. No signs of life. We're going in.
I mean, it's kind of like what Caspian was saying earlier. This planet was cursed before the Rakghoul's ever got here. I don't even remember that scene, Latario. So I suppose I don't know would be my answer. Sounds creepy and weird, but whatever. Hi, we're here to help. Everyone proceed in an orderly fashion. Why are we not bombing this place from orbit? This is full-on infestation. If they are literally at the coming out of the walls point, we need to blow this place up. I have no idea, Trihexia. Look at this place. It's like Detroit. Ugh. That is a lot of enemies. Oh, I'm stunned. That stun is... I mean, they don't call me the Lich King for nothing, Captain Zeus. Lataria says, I played KOA a few months ago. Do you think the Fae are basically elves? No. They're much more Fae than elves. I mean, I don't mean that facetiously. I mean literally. They tend to follow more Fae literary tropes than they do elvish ones. Okay, that's probably not happening. I can't. Oh, yep. Someone made it. Well, alright, let's try it again. Hit. 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 Almost had that one. There we go. Whee. We made it. What do we aggro? What do we aggro? Why did we aggro? That's too... Okay. Hit a couple buttons. Yeah, there are neck ghouls. That is a thing. Oh my goodness, that knockback. Jesus, that knockback. That is just, that's something else. Yeah, let me get my emergency Kolto strike. So Lataria says, from here on out, I'm just playing Empire. That is correct. The Consular has taken over the Republic and retired. Actually, yes, it does literally heal me. The downside is I can only use it out of combat, J. Palmer. It's basically a cosmetic replacement for your typical heal. I actually got a couple of those, including this one. It's another heal thing I got. I have absolutely no interest or intention in playing Wrath of the Lich King. If I wanted to go play an old bad game, I would go play a PS1 RPG. Sorry, that sounds a little bit mean, but... So, let me tell you something here. I actually did pop on to Wrath Classic in order to go, get my mount for the event, right? I figured, why not, right? It'll take a couple of hours. It'll be a fun little thing to do with my friend. No problem. Now, I didn't get to play with my friend for reasons I'm not going to go into. But let's ignore that for a moment. What really pissed me off was playing through Wrath Classic. Now, some of you may know that I actually went back to WoW Vanilla, WoW Classic, last year while capturing footage. Oh my god. What is that? Oh, that hit hard. That hit hard. Oh my goodness. Some of you may know that I went back to WoW Classic. Jesus! WoW Classic in order to capture footage for the World of Warcraft series. And, it was terrible. It was actually, you know, I've spoken bad about WoW Vanilla for years. Going back for that footage capture reminded me just how terrible it was. It was actually worse than I thought it was. Like, it was actually legitimately even worse than I had been saying for years. Like, you ever have one of those situations where it's like, oh, I hate such and such. And then you're like, you know, maybe it's not actually all that bad. Maybe I'm just exaggerating. Maybe, you know, maybe I'm just misremembering it because of bad memories. And then, no, it's actually worse than you remember. That was WoW Vanilla for me. So, hang on, let me finish my story here. So, come on. There we go. So, I go to Wrath Classic. Jesus, this guy hits hard. I go to Wrath Classic to get my thing, and just going through Wrath, which I remind you is 2 expansions on from Vanilla, was so bad I hated it inside of 10 minutes. It's amazing how many quality of life features do not exist in Wrath of the Lich King. Like, that you just kind of forget about, because you're so used to them being there. Like, very, very basic stuff, like having a proper quest tracker, or having a map that's worth a damn, or having mouse over text, or anything. It also is when they first invented the concept of vehicle quests, and as a consequence, they misused and abused them constantly, which is something I've actually complained about before. Yeah, it's like going back to Gen 1 Pokemon. We all know Gen 1 Pokemon sucks, but when you go back to it, it's like, oh my god, how did I ever put up with this? Ugh. So anyways, my point is, Wrath Classic can suck a lemon. You couldn't pay me enough to play that. If I ever needed proof positive that the idea of reviewing each WoW expansion in its classics form is a bad idea, I think I codified it. Just last week, actually, which is when this was. Okay. That's not what I was going for, but alright. I was trying to drag him to the barrel. Okay. Well, that sucks. Come here. Come here. I can't hit it. Quite possibly, Lord Harriman. I do actually speak alien. I'm trying to get used to your species, but it's been really hard because your species makes no sense. Like pizza pops? Hello? This guy has way too much health. By the way, even using these stupid things. Oh, that's gonna be irritating. Alright, whatever, let's do this. I see it, I see it. About the same so far, J. Palmer. Yeah, but I kind of can't yet, Malachor, because I'm not at my other outfit yet, because I'm not there yet, because I wasn't supposed to be playing this class, or excuse me, the spec yet. But I wanted to be able to stealth, by golly. That's stealth, I should. Oh, shoot! The swarm heard me! Yeah, I should probably actually switch to Juggernaut for these, since we're not stealthing for these. I have answered that 3 times in 10 minutes, Captain Zeus. Yes. The Republic character is retired and has conquered the Republic. Long live the Consular. Haven't played it since last we talked about it, Mr. Ed. Anyway, sorry, Latario. Getting back to your superpower question. So, you have described something for me that could be one of 2 separate things. Either this is someone who has mind control powers, or someone who has reality-altering powers. Ironically, no matter which it is, that is absolutely someone who is overpowered. Yes. So I hope that answers your question. 7 years later. Long live the Consular! Calm down. Where's the mercenary? There it is. Come on. Wow, that took 3 seconds. I kind of wish that they used a different sound effect or varied it up. That's the knockback. Anytime you hear that scream, it's them doing that knockback attack. This is interesting. Is anybody not currently rooted? Interrupt. Did I have any fun in Wrath Classic? Truthfully, no. As soon as I finished that thing and got my frickin', achievement, I uninstalled it and will never reinstall it. Now that was an atmospheric scream. We have not wiped that I'm aware of. The mount is an undead proto-drake. I happen to be fond of the proto-drake, so that was kind of a gimme for me. Of course you aggro the entire hallway. Why wouldn't you? Any mercenaries? No mercenaries! Whoa! Yeah, that's Scream. That's the Scream right there. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna pull the fight over here so we don't accidentally get knocked into other crap. So, I actually talked about that during the Lorecraft series, but I'll answer you in summary, J. Palmer. So, dragons are originally elemental creatures. They come from the elemental planes. They served as the template for how to craft the proto-drakes. The proto-drakes were built on Azeroth as during the Ordering of Azeroth. And after a certain group of proto-drakes were essential in killing Galakron, who was a gigantic necromantic proto-drake, they were like, okay, cool. We're going to imbue you with Titan energy. And that's what turned them into the more typical-looking dragons we see throughout the rest of the game. Let's do... Or I could get stuck trying to free someone else. That's funny. Yeah, these mercenaries are just straight-up mezzers. They just sit there and hold you. Yeah, what Pillagent's Nose says. If you ever see, like, the air drakes in the Plane of Air, or the sandstone drakes in Deep Home, those are the original dragons. The no-reallys. I don't have to refund WoW Classic. It doesn't work that way. If you if you have a subscription to WoW, you have a subscription to Classic and vice versa. Like, there is no such thing as a Classic subscription, if that makes any sense. There's just, you have a WoW sub. Is the mount good? Actually, no, I don't like it that much. I liked it more in the pictures. Let's see, Eleazar asked a question, but I don't see a question with Eleazar. Let me scroll down here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I suffered in vain. Although it was informative. It reminded me that I really actively do not like old WoW. Make of that what you will. There we go. I got that one. I got the middle one. Let's see here. Since the consular took over the Republic, what happened to the sister of Takubma? Oh, I think we know what happened to her. Just non-stop sex party. Lord Harriman says, as you claim your Sith Warrior is the most good of all your characters, is it out of character for her to still be working for the Empire? I mean, kind of, yeah. I sort of wish there was an option not to, but, oh well. I mean, it's not like she would join the Republic. The Republic are a bunch of evil, greedy morons. So that's that. Why are we sitting here? There we go. Oh, because Orcano does not have stealth. Got it. That is worth noting. Well, part of the problem is the Empire has, canonically, as of this point in time, lost. It's part of what that whole McKeb series was about, right? This would probably be the time for her to stop working for the Empire. Anyways. If I could have one question in Dragon Age answered for me definitively, what would it be? Who and what is the Maker? I really do think that is something that I would prefer to have answered than not. Are Rakghouls undead? They might as well be, but literally no. Could they have defeated without destroying the tree? No. The addition of Arthas to that doesn't really change the equation sufficient to be able to defeat a demon lord when empowered by the full might of the Legion during a full-scale invasion. You have to understand something, and I talk about this during the World of Warcraft series. I guess I'll go in and I talk about this during the World of Warcraft series several times. Every single time that we beat the Legion in Warcraft, it's by this much. What the? Why are they going after Orcano? Got it. They have a fixate. It's actually one of the more well-written aspects of the entire interaction. Oh, Jesus! Of the interactions with the Legion. It's because we really do just barely beat the Legion each time. It is a very narrow victory, and it usually requires several specific circumstances which line up just right. That's a good thing. That's actually good writing. If we just kind of swept the Legion every time they showed up, then they're not really a threat, are they? They're certainly not some kind of galactic spreading, you know, apocalyptic level threat that they are supposed to be. What would be your answer, Lord Aramont? Like, what's the one thing you would want to have answered for you? What if I found out the Maker existed and is exactly as the Chanter described him? Well, I mean, that's already fundamentally not true, but... yeah, I just got a new title. I got some bracers. Oh, yeah! But yeah, no, my first reaction would be, yeah, no. Like, if the writers came out and said, no, he's totally real and he works exactly as the Chantry always said, my reaction would be, oh, okay, so that's a bad retcon. The Black City. Related, Lord Aramont, but I feel you. Do I think it should have been better to move the story to a new planet after Legion and make it where Sargeras... So I had an idea very similar to that, J. Palmer, so I'm just going to say, in summary, yes.
Hold on. Don't shoot. Not a Rackle, just a harmless shuttle pilot. Name's Malara. Look,
Hi.
I need to get off this world, and I know how this whole Rackle outbreak started. So maybe we can swing a deal?
I already had one person I met on this world turn into a Ragool right in front of me.
No, wait. I'm clean, so don't get all nervous and take me out if I sneeze, okay? Just listen to what I have to say. So, these Rackles? Oh, yeah, I brought them on my shuttle, but I didn't know what I was doing. I'm just a pilot. I was hired to fly here. My boss is the one you want, not me.
You're basically responsible for millions of deaths. Doesn't that bother you?
Sure. I mean, better them than me. But it's not like I'm a monster. My boss, on the other hand... You heard of Dr. Lorik? He's a member of the 37 families, the main political rivals of the royal family. He hired me to make a delivery to Kaon. Soon as I touched down, the Rackles came pouring out. It was ugly.
The Ragulls waited patiently until you landed. Dr. Lorik must have found a way to make them follow orders.
You could be right. They weren't acting like mindless beasts during the attack. Seemed like they had a purpose. Lorik double-crossed me. Now I get to return the favor. He's hiding out at a secret base on Ordmantell. So, that's about all I know. Now you ready to get me off this rock?
No. But I'll be nice. Tempted to kill
Your
her.
information was quite valuable.
We're on the same page. Tell you what, just drop me off at the nearest uninfected planet, and I'll figure it out from there.
No.
We have to verify you're not carrying the plague first. A shuttle will pick you up when I'm done here and take you for testing.
Great. Poked and prodded by the medical droids. Guess it's better than being left here with the Rackles.
It's possible she didn't know, but that's still not great, you know? Alright, so there should be like an exit thing. Other than this button. Let's go over to the button. Anyways. So, Zach Taff says, and let's just summarize this. Do you think Kira, from this game, could defeat Vader in a duel? No way in hell. Not the tiniest bit of a possibility.
Your work on Kaon was impressive. Your reputation is well earned. With the source of the plague identified, the Tython royal family has been able to contain the outbreak. However, they are too timid to move against Dr. Lorik while he's on a Republic world.
What's happening with Malara?
We tested her for the Rackle virus. The results came back clean, so she was released. The pilot served her role by exposing Dr. Lorik's involvement. Now it's up to us to eliminate him. A decade ago, he was declared a traitor. He fled the Tython hegemony and went into hiding on Ordmantell.
If the Senate finds out what he's up to, they may send their own people in.
Not to worry. As usual, the Republic is blind. They have no idea of the threat Lorik represents. Kaon and the other worlds were just a test. A way for Lorik to study the effects of the modified Rackle virus he developed.
Lorik isn't just going to sit around and wait for us to make the next move.
Reports of what happened on Kaon have been suppressed. Lorik still thinks his identity is hidden. We have the element of surprise. Time to go a-killing. The shuttle is waiting to take you to Dr. Lorik's base on Ordmantell. Hopefully you'll find records of his experiments with the virus. That way, you won't have to take him alive.
Really? Whatever. As I say, do we all have talk to K7? I guess I'll double check here. We do! Yay! Holy crap. Don't be shocked. Well, let's hit Ordmantell. It's been a while. If given a choice, would I ever live in Australia? Honestly, if I, like, was a millionaire, I could probably be pretty comfortable in someplace like Sydney. Elizar says, so the Burning Legion are like a volcano or a tornado. You don't really defeat it, you just survive it. Kinda, yeah. Not to spoil, but yeah. Azeroth is the old... Look at the doors already there. Azeroth is the only planet that ever actually endured the Legion. It's why it's significant. Let's see. Alex says, so the Tor expansion's like Borderlands DLC, where each one's a new area and mission, or like FF14 and WoW. So, they're actually more like EverQuest, but I know you haven't actually played EverQuest, or that would just be the end of that. Wow, this Ordmantell looks like hell. So, the summary is they're not like WoW, and they're not like FF14. They're not as meaty, and they're not as big and bulky, but, you know, it's basically like a major patch. Probably a better way to do that. I mean, the Australian government is, stupid, is the word I'm going to use there. But then again, I could say the same about most governments, so I'm not sure that's really saying much. Oh, we all have stealth. Yay! Stealth mode. It's a good thing you're stealth, because I forgot to change to my non-stealth character. Or spec, rather. No, not really, Trihexia. The Burning Legion is a gigantic, roiling, chaotic mob that has been precisely organized and ordered by a brilliant Titan mind into being an extremely efficient, well-oiled machine. It doesn't burn out because it doesn't really have a need for fuel in the strictest sense of the words. We aggroed something. What happened? What happened? Oh, okay. That's a thing that happened. Okay. Hang on, hang on. These things on me. Sweet, Malachor. That's definitely horrifically evil. No, they're called Savrips. Probably for Savage Rips, I would guess. I would guess. If WoW continues, do you think they'll add other worlds that survived? Or we may ever... I can't predict WoW at this point. They've completely overhauled their development staff twice. That's... I'm beyond the ability to predict WoW at this point. Can we skip bosses? Because that would greatly amuse me. Okay. Moving on. So, Yep. Yes and no, respectively, Slartek. Come on, game. Or don't. That's cool. Ooh, Soul Blazer. Oh, I haven't played that for a really long time. Let's see. Thoughts on Intel's GPU and their recent entry into the GPU market? We'll see. Intel... I have a bit of a complicated opinion on Intel CPUs. Damn it. Really? So, Final Fantasy VI, Baron. So, we'll see. It's a whole lot of we'll see. Intel puts out quality products, don't mistake me. But those products are...
Log entry 1246. Progress on the enhanced strain of the Ragul virus is slow. But I will not be daunted. I have spent too long in exile. I will return to the worlds I once called home as a conqueror and a hero. Those who cast me out will bow down before me. They will cry for mercy and be rewarded with death.
Nice guy. Intel puts out quality work, but they absolutely have... They overcharge, put simply. Well, it's my life now. What Jedi in this game could face Vader? A Jedi? Well, obviously the Sister of Takuba would not only defeat Vader, but instantly redeem him. Like, there would be one brief duel, and then they would be like, now join me, Vader! Give in to the light side. And Vader would be like, yes! Yes, I give in to the light side! For you are the Sister of Takuba. And then Vader would kneel and say, my master. And she would say, rise, my friend. Together, we will show the Republic what it truly needs to have. And they would go and they put on their shades and they'd go flying off on their motorcycles, which can also fly, by the way. Thank you, Unicorn Scotch. Always appreciate you. I'll put that down for Arkham Origins. A good redemption story. I mean, Arthas is the obvious answer there from the game in question, but a good redemption story that isn't... Why do I not have aggro? Is this just a fixator? Am I just not doing that much threat? Why aren't you looking at me? There we go. Jesus Christ. Anyway, so, nope. Darkness spec. I am a tank spec. I just can't hold aggro, apparently. Alright, whatever, I accept that. My pride can take it. Anyways, let me write that down for Unicorn Scotch before I forget. What's a good redemption story that isn't... Windows 11 is dumb. That isn't... from Warcraft. Oh, gotcha, Orcano. I was wondering. God, I'm losing threat like crazy. Yeah, I don't actually like the DPS assassin spec all that much. I much prefer the tank spec. I can see Arthur Morgan. Harrigan was never redeemed because Kerrigan was never evil. That's not really a redemption story. That's a recovery story. I do like the Arthur answer, though. I could see Loki, yeah. Although it took him too damn long, if I could be blunt. Or rather, what actually happened was, it took the right amount of time, but the arc was uneven as hell. So... I know Ross would disagree with the Starlight Glimmer answer. Well, that... okay. It's 3 seconds. I can tell you a really terrible redemption story from the MCU. Alternate Loki. Well, that's the thing that happened. Ah, okay. Okay. I gotta question it. I gotta question. Just gonna... No questions. Just burgers. Delicious burgers. Ah! Hey, Sir Jerome Mormont. What's going on? Other than me getting knocked down constantly. Jesus, get up, me. Well, that's because they managed to cast one of the best actors in the MCU as Loki. I don't mean that facetiously, by the way. Like, Tom Hiddleston was an ingenious choice. Which is funny, considering what he originally tried out for. Probably not, Jay Palmer, although I'm going to be amused if I'm wrong. What? Is that a scripted encounter? Jesus, game, really? I mean, I've said for years that one of the biggest reasons the MCU succeeded so well was they didn't go with big-name directors, and they didn't go with big-name actors. And I stand by that. They managed to get... They did this whole talent scout thing, which was brilliant. And I can't believe other movie developers haven't been doing more of that. And they would just go out and find people who were good. And say, you. Now, they did it as a cost-cutting measure. But still, what it resulted in was a lot of talent. That's a big boy. Oh, great, Organo. I can't wait for that. But anyways, so hang on. So I had a question. What would Thor and Hulk be in WoW? So assuming they're playing WoW, obviously. So Thor would be like, oh, I've got to be a Tauren, and I'm going to be a warrior. Yeah, yeah. And he's going to try to tank with a two-handed axe, and he's going to suck at it. The Hulk, that is to say, you know, Banner, would look at that, and he would be like, okay. And he would play a warlock. And he would play a Demonology Warlock, and he would be really good at it. Let's see if we can slip by here. Yeah, Stark would play a gnome mage who's just absolutely owns everybody every time he encounters them. Really, game? Really? Cap? So, I love Rogers to death, but he's not very creative. So he'd play a human male paladin. And he would play Prot, of course. For those of you not aware, paladins have, for some years, had an ability which is literally the shield toss from Captain America. It's actually one of the better abilities in their arsenal. No joke. No, I think of the original team, actually, I could see Widow playing a healer most. She understands exactly how useful and well-positioned a healer is, and of course she has the situational awareness to be a very good healer. I feel like I've already answered this twice, Elizar. Okay, so what's about to happen here? Yeah, Hawkeye would be a hunter, obviously. He'd just go with what he knows. Oh no, it's... Ganon? I don't want to get knocked off into that gunk, so this should be fun. 3, 2, 1, go! I'm gonna assume it's a straight knockback, so... Pushing my back towards the furthest away edge, and hope for the best. Yep, that was the right call. Pull him to the edge, turn him around. Oh, heck no. He's doing a phase thing. Wow, that's a 9-second activation. Jesus. We also just lost our healer, by the way. Just a heads up on that. Pull him over the edge. Let's lose aggro immediately. Let's get him away from the edge. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm gonna test something. Yep, that's what I thought. Can't outrange it. Alright, I was curious. So I would recommend wiping. We're doing way too little damage. It's gonna take too long. And we have no healer. Tony wants to be the DM, but he actually kind of sucks at it. So... The actual GM is... Banner. No, they rotate. They rotate, right? Periodically. Nah, Fury wants to... Fury plays. He wants a break from his usual job of running the world. So... That's fine. If they want to go for it, they can go for it. Gives me a chance to write down some negatives for this dungeon. And the previous one. I mean, you've got it at this point. You might as well just kill him. I just thought it would take too long, and I'm right, but... It would have been faster to just wipe and run back in and kill him. Trust me, I've been a raid leader for a long time. But now it doesn't matter, so just kill him. Yeah, don't die now. That's a double waste of time at that point. Every now and again, I actually had to kick people out of raids for doing what these two are doing. Because, and I know that sounds harsh, and I don't mean it as a negative towards Orkana or Bragwin, but if we're in a raid group, there's 10 or 25 or 40 of us, we're all on at the same time, we have a very limited window to get stuff done, because have you ever tried to get 10 people having hours of time at the same time as each other? So anytime someone drags the entire experience down for everyone, they are pissing off 9 or 24 or 39 other people and wasting their evening in order to just refuse to get on with it, basically. So I had a pretty much zero tolerance policy for that kind of crap. I don't even feel the need to really explain that. You know? No, we have 6 more dungeons left. God damn those droids. At least they're avoidable. Right? Right, okay. We appear to have avoided it. Worst raid experience I've ever had? I don't think I could pick a top. I've had... whatever you're thinking of, it's not as bad as I've had. I have been a raid leader since vanilla. In more than one MMO. Like, yeah, I don't even know where to begin with that. Hello, Transgenic Sample 11. It's probably our next boss. Let me give you a random anecdote. Once upon a time, there's this dungeon called Nomragon, okay? We're going through Nomragon, and this was an organized run, too. You know, back when you had to do that, because those dungeons were long and sloggy and boring. And... as we were going through Nomragon, we're at the second to last portion, right before the final boss. An alert bot shows up, and we rush to kill it, and then we kill it. But we're still in combat for some strange reason.
Butchers, trespassers, how dare you come into my lab and slaughter my children?
Your children are mindless brutes, unfit to live.
I wouldn't expect the Empire to understand. Your prejudice blinds you to the glory of my creations. I had the same problem with my assistants. They sabotaged my files, tried to destroy my lab. Since their transformation, however, they've become much more loyal.
Who are you, and why are you the villain of the week here?
I guess that's more efficient than throwing resources away.
Jesus, Giga.
Small operation.
How are you so evil?
By necessity, I've become quite resourceful. I've found a way to evolve the virus, Each new strain makes the host more powerful than the last. That power can be yours. Let me inject you with the virus, and you will become greater than you ever dreamed.
Really, dude? Really?
Nice try. The virus takes away the subject's free will. You said so yourself.
Not the latest version. It causes a physical transformation but leaves the mind untouched. I indulged just before you arrived.
That does not look any pleasant at all.
Gaze upon the pinnacle of evolution with awe and terror. Weep for what you will never become.
He really is a Resident Evil boss. For some reason, everyone in Resident Evil thinks the moment they grow tentacles or spout spikes, they're God or something. Like every frickin' time. It's ridiculous. I have gained the power of being gross! You will never stand against me with my incredible gross powers. Jesus, dude.
My children will feast on your flesh!
I mean, gross, but okay.
Never thought you'd make it this far!
I mean, honestly, part of the point of Wesker was that he was the aversion to that. And then he also went, mwahaha, galactic power. I mean, planetary power, whatever. Anyways, so, to finish my Nomergon story, we just keep going, because whatever. Back in,
feast on your flesh!
Back in vanilla, there weren't really good indicators of being in combat, to be completely blunt. So we're just kind of doing whatever. And then I just hear, oh god! And I turn around, and I see this marching line of probably about 30 or so mobs just charging down the narrow hallway to kill us. We probably lasted about 5 seconds. Give or take. Oh, it's more. It's just, okay. Ranged boss who spawns crap you can't stand in.
Feast on your flesh!
What is this, Darth Malik all over again? Yeah, Nomergon vanilla was not a very well designed dungeon.
We are evolution perfected. Witness the future of the galaxy.
Oh no, it was hysterical, Mr. Red. I'm not going to tell you the actually bad stuff that happened. Nobody wants to hear about guild drama. Nobody wants to hear about someone stealing a dagger from Molten Core and then leaving the guild. No one wants to hear about the asshole who insisted that every paladin needs to actually leave because paladins don't contribute to the raid group. No one needs to hear about the guy whose girlfriend got every loot she wanted because she was the guild leader's girlfriend. None of that's useful or relevant.
No! Impossible! I am perfection!
Round 2. Fight! Complete with a refilled health bar. Yeah, as a reminder, while paladins didn't do much in vanilla, they still provided blessings, which were mandatory. Like, and when I say mandatory, I mean the raids were designed around buffs. It was actually one of the problems with vanilla raid design in general. But anyways, best dungeon, not raid, in vanilla WoW. Usual, let's say 3 hours, Gary. Yeah, I would say Dire Maul. If I had to pick one, Dire Maul North. Downwell North, Maradon, I know that sounds strange, and Dead Mines would be my 3 picks. Okay, Bragan. In the G1 cartoon, do I consider Megatron and Galvatron the same person? Oh, that's actually a good question. I believe I brought that question up during my rumination of that film. Charlemagne's... We're going to call it Charlemagne's a dungeon, even though Charlemagne's and Stratholme and BRD were actually all raids in vanilla. Let's just skip the semantics. Oh, Bregman's okay. Let's skip the semantics for a minute. You know what? Let's just move on. Go ahead and start it. Go ahead and start it. We're just doing dungeons. We're still technically in Makeb, or that is to say, the Rise of the Hutt Cartel, Jongo. So no announcement. Most boring dungeon in WoW? BRD. Most boring raid in WoW? Molten Core. Yeah, I'm actually with Pillager Snow. I think I'd say Galvatron is, in every way that counts, a separate person from Megatron. Ignoring the obvious Unicron influence there.
Hegemony has
His
sent an official
personality is just
message of
different.
gratitude for eliminating Dr. Lorik. They seem quite eager to curry our favor. Apparently, crushing our rivals sends an appropriate message to the rest of the galaxy. I only wish we could have recovered Lorik's research. A weaponized version of the Rakghoul virus would have been a welcome addition to our arsenal.
The Emperor already has me to eliminate those who dare to oppose him. You would do well to remember that.
I will not forget, my lord. We've eliminated a potential usurper of our power, and strengthened ties with the Tython hegemony. This was a great victory for the Empire. The Republic will tremble in fear when they learn of this.
Yeah, sure, lady. Whatever.
I think it's time I got going.
Farewell. I look forward to working together again, should the opportunity arise.
I mean, Razorfin Crawl is just whatever. I'll agree with that, but... yeah. I don't know. BRD... I'm probably a little bit biased because BRD is a dungeon I've done 700,000 million billion times because it's at the center point of so many different quests, including several attunements. Also, BRD is honestly not what I would call a very well-designed dungeon. Granted, none of the dungeons in vanilla were good. I'm not changing spec yet. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me, though. So next is... Zerka Corporate Labs. Where the hell do we start that? Let's see, where is Orcano? Bragwin's AFK. If someone is wanting to replace her, this is a good time to say something. Because I know Bragwin has limited availability. You two pick. I don't care whom. Just somebody slop in. Where the hell is Orcano? So you're on Fleet. So let's do... of course it's on. Let me... fine, I'll holoport it, whatever. Guess we can switch off the Zerg music.
A Dark Council member, mixing with the rabble, how noble of you, my lord! And you too. Oh, glorious day! I am CE-29, booster of Zerka employee morale, and you are the lucky recipient of a message from the great Moff Kresk. Sadly, the Republic has taken over Zerka and seized all corporate assets. Moff Kresk begs you to help rekindle the spark of Zerka within the Empire.
What's Zerka?
Zerka Corporation. The name rings a bell.
Weapons, droids, biological research. Zerka Corporation is the galaxy's industry leader in these categories and more. Moff
That
Crest
is not
awaits you
true.
by Master Eva Kays. They will discuss the renewal of Zerka's great legacy. Have an excellent day.
Hey, Malachor and Pillars. Pick a number between 1 and 10. Or Pillars will just come. Whatever. Who's party lead? Orkano's party lead. Orkano, kick Braglin. And invite Pillars of Snow.
At your service, my lord.
I don't know what Pillars' character name is off the top of my head. It was a Chiss name, I believe. Yes, of course, Jay Palmer. I actually know quite a bit about the making of WoW Vanilla. Spam. Anyways, I agree with that, Nero's S. We should have had that as from the very beginning. What the hell do I know? Oh my god, Pillars of Snow. Okay, I mean, hi. Don't kill me. I'm getting into it, Elizar. I'm getting to it, sorry. Let's figure out where the hell this Moth dude is so I can get this going on. Yeah, actually, no, we might actually start it today, now that I think about it. I'll send out, because we've got 2 more dungeons to do, and then once those are done, we do 4 dungeons, but that's actually the beginning of the Revan stuff, so... That actually would qualify. Anyways, alright, so, thoughts on Star Wars Galaxies. One of the worst MMOs I've ever played. One of my favorite raids and raid bosses per WoW expansion. Let me come back to that. I knew about the BRD thing. What got me to Transformers? A friend of mine had one Constructicon, and I thought the idea of a transforming robot was cool. Lore shock. Favorite raid and boss per WoW expansion? I feel like you've asked that twice, Lartek. You know what? I'll tell you what the worst raid experience I ever had is, Baron, because I kind of skipped over that question. The worst raid experience I ever had was in Karazhan. Now, if Gary was still here, he could verify this story, because he was there, too. The main tank was drunk. I'm just going to summarize the whole story. The main tank was drunk. And that didn't turn out well. The end. Alright, in-game. And by in-game, I mean in real life. He was rather sloshed. Who's this? I don't even know who that is. Oh, that's Pillars. I think we're waiting for Pillars. Okay. Let's see. Would the character of Iron Man have worked with anybody who isn't Robert Downey Jr.? Not as well, no. Whoa! Hang on. Oh, Zaktav did that. Here we go. I think the Zerk Corporation would have backed the Rebel Alliance. Yes. Absolutely. During the Qui-Gon and Maul fight on Naboo, Qui-Gon had, without these disadvantages, could he have won? In my opinion, no. You just... Oh, okay. Interesting. I can't even start the conversation. Very strange.
Observe the Zerka R6000 blaster rifle. Cutting-edge design, state-of-the-art recoil dampeners, unrivaled stopping power.
Beautiful. I'll take 60,000. Zerka rifles for all.
You only have 60,000 troops?
Flashy weapons don't win wars.
Aww.
I'll judge whether it's worthy of our
but,
military.
okay, hang on. Giga, let me win the first conversation, okay? Or don't. Oh no. It's doing this again. I've never seen this before. I can't start the conversation. You can tell by looking at my screen. Because all players must participate. But Pillars doesn't have the quest. It's never done that before. It's never forced me to wait for someone who doesn't have the quest to start the conversation, and I can't start it. Can I just share? Is there a share button? There is a share, but you can't share it, because of course you can't. That's insanity. Can you start it? Okay.
Beautiful.
Sorry, let me win the first dialogue. God damn this game. I don't even know where to pick it up. I holocommed it. I think Maul was a death machine in Melee. I don't think Qui-Gon would have ever beaten Maul. No.
Droids are no substitute for a live Sith target. Shoot me, and we'll see if your weapon holds up. Do it.
That's right. I deflect it with the air.
Good show. My order stands. For you, Wrath, my awe only increases. I am Moff Kresk. The enchanting gunner is Eva Kays, Chief Operations Officer of Zerka's Weapons Division. We've called you here on dire business, I'm afraid.
Zerka has been seized by the Republic. They're freezing assets, replacing senior management. Corporate restructuring, they call it. But I know nationalization when I hear it.
Who's Zerka again?
For centuries, the Jedi have trapped the Republic in a cage of morality. At last, they're beginning to free themselves.
Quite right, my lord. Fortunately, they're still making amateur mistakes.
Zerka owns a private moon facility, CZ-198, home to our most splendid revolutionary and experimental technology. When the takeover began, CZ-198 entered lockdown. The Republic attempts negotiations, but you could take the facility by force and win Zerka's secrets for the Empire.
The Republic wouldn't enter a stalemate over some locked warehouse.
We've identified 2 obstacles to the seizure of CZ-198.
Special Executive Rasmus Blyes, CZ-198's overseer. Backstabber, Kissoff, and one of Corporate Quarterly's top 500 managers to watch. That conniving twerp initiated the lockdown of CZ-198. If we attack, he's threatened to unleash a prototype security system codenamed Vigilant.
This is why we've summoned you. To retire Rasmus Blyes, disable his Vigilant security network, and secure the secrets of CZ-198 for the Empire.
Stay here with Moff Kresk. I'll get everything you need from CZ-198 to start over in the Empire.
That's very kind of you. Take my company shuttle. It's executive exclusive, so please fly smoothly. Clearance codes are in the nav computer.
The Empire can't afford to lose CZ-198. Good luck.
Yep, Vigilant was always in the game. We always knew. And no, I don't think we're being nostalgia baited with Wolverine and Hugh Jackman. I don't know how much you know about this, but Ryan Reynolds has wanted very badly to do a thing with Hugh Jackman as Wolverine for literally years. Like years upon years upon years. Hang on. Where is this? Oh, it's none of those, so it has to be this way. I'm pretty sure this is happening because Ryan Reynolds, succeeded with Deadpool and has thrown his weight into it.
Displaying all authorized destinations. Travel route is confirmed.
This is... Okay. This is a strange way to do a dungeon, but whatever. Not gonna argue. Not gonna argue. There's a little more to it than that, Loner, but yes, that was definitely a contributing factor. This place. I'll go ahead and switch to tank, I think. this. I mean, the other tank. I'm kind of always a tank, but you know what I mean. Get all my new shiny gear on. Just a spot. There we go. Listen, Hitler's diaper needed changing. Then we had to shoot Hitler. Alright, we'll wait for you, Pillars of Snow. Alright, so while we're waiting for Pillars to reset the entire game... What? Okay, sure. I now have 2 quests to do this for some reason. It's extremely confusing. So, what class would Wonder Woman, Bats, Spidey, and Soups play in WoW? So, Soups wouldn't actually pick a class directly. He'd play a class, but it doesn't matter, because he'd be a crafter. That's all he'd do. Spider-Man would try to be like this super cool, like, Blood Elf hunter with amazing-looking gear, and he'd just totally geek out over trying to make himself look as cool as possible. But he actually sucks at his class. Batman doesn't play WoW. Wonder Woman I'd say Wonder Woman would probably play a monk healer, specifically. That's what she would play. Now, then Malachor says, what do you think? Bats, Soups, Wonder Woman, and then a couple other people would play. So, Martian Manhunter. Yeah, Robin would play WoW. Absolutely. Drake would play WoW. Batman is not the type of person to play video games. It's just not in his personality. You know that he would sit down and be like, this looks like a good game. And then he'd be thinking, God, there's so many things I could be doing right now. What if there's a crime happening right now? And he'd rush up and go check the computer. Okay, nothing's happening. Go back to making his character. I promised Clark I'd work on this. He wants to play this game with me. Wait, was that the battle alert? And it just, he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. Martian Manhunter. He beats up the Joker and sends him back to prison, Mr. Red. The Joker gets out in 3 minutes. Let's say. I don't know who Martian Manhunter would pick. I don't know that much about. Yeah, I'm gonna default in that one. You say Green Lantern. There's a lot of Green Lanterns, but I'm gonna go ahead and go with John Stewart because he's the one I'm the most familiar with. I feel like John Stewart would play a tank, and I think his style would lend himself most to something like a. Let me think about that for a second. Nope, I'm gonna commit. I think John Stewart would play a straight-up prot tank, prot warrior. I mean, I guess Martian Manhunter could play Druid, but that feels like the cheating answer. Are we ready? Do we have the quest? We... Hey, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Hawk Girl? I don't know Hawk Girl. And Wally. So let's just create a scenario in our heads, okay?
Intruders. Of course. When people need solutions, they expect Zerka will provide. Willingly or not. My name is Rasmus Blythe, and you have no idea what we've accomplished here. The Vigilant security system is a flawless convergence of technology and strategic intelligence. You're out of your league.
So anyways. Yeah, sure, whatever, buddy. So it's WoW Vanilla. They want to raid Molten Core. So they've got Bat Soups, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern, and Hawkgirl. It's only 6 people. Wally plays the other 34. All at the same time. He fills in the entirety of the raid group. Yeah, they're all women. They don't have sexy outfits because that didn't exist in Vanilla. But that's Wally right there, like to a T. Uh-oh. Well, we'll be, I can't stealth. Screw it. I'm bringing friends. Egg! So anyways, so that's all of those. Bleep, bleep, bleep. Justin actually asked a question, but I didn't realize he was here, otherwise I would have answered it. Oh well. I'll answer it when he gets back. Okay, so what class would Luke play in WoW? First of all, Luke would absolutely play WoW. He is sufficiently a geek to do that. Luke would play an outlaw rogue. And he would totally buy into, like, the pirate class fantasy that they really dug into with that. He would just eat it up. Like, he would tell embarrassing pirate jokes with the rest of his team the whole time he's playing an outlaw rogue. And it would be awesome. If there's another Luke, I don't know about them. Literally, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. Anakin would get so Anakin would play WoW Vanilla, right? And I don't know how many of you know WoW Vanilla, but there's an old joke in WoW Vanilla. Hey, I've decided to aggro 2 things at the same time. Cut to corpse. That would be Anakin. He would aggro 2 kobolds in that frickin' mine south of Goldshire. You know the one. And he would die to 2 kobolds because it's WoW Vanilla. And he would get so pissed at it. And he just... Master, you're not supposed to lightsaber the monitor. I died to 2 rats! How is that an acceptable way to play a video game? Rats are supposed to be low level. It's not supposed to work that way. Master, please. I need a new monitor. No. Palpatine would secretly be in charge of Blizzard, and he'd actually have admin access and control. But nobody would know it. They would just think he is that good of a player. So he's just... You know, it's oh my god, I can't believe we survived that wipe. How did you still... It's all a matter of properly balancing your cooldowns with everything else. He'd play a paladin, by the way. Palpatine would play a paladin, full tilt. Paladin tank. Up there it is. Yeah, years later, Vader sees a poster for BFA. It's like, ah! Alright, boss time. Probably. Maybe. Yeah, he's just carrying people through Noxoramas.
Here's a little something from our friends on Corellia.
Oh, sorry, trigger warning, Corellia. The Joker would get bored with WoW in 5 seconds. He would not have the ability to play WoW. So what does Zerka gain from back in the Rebel Alliance? The same thing everybody got from back in the Rebel Alliance. Another customer, and hedging their bets in case the Galactic Empire falls apart. Like that. Help me out here, Malachor. I feel like there's several companies that did that in the AU. I don't know if they did that in the EU. Excuse me, the EU, not the AU. Screwed up my own terminology here. The only enjoyment the Joker would have in something like WoW would be trolling people. And you have to actually put the time and effort into being high level to do that, and he's got other stuff to do. That's fine, Malachor, don't worry about it. Anyways. Luther doesn't play games. He plays to win. This is a pretty boring boss. Too much health. Let's see. What do I think about an Assassin's Creed MMO? They've poked at that idea several times. Never to any real good effect, so I don't think they can actually pull it off. To be honest. Yeah, it's basically a turret boss. Occasionally get out of the fire, and that's it. If I was to be demonstrative, I would say this is literally a 2-mechanic boss, and that's not impressive. Yeah, this is not a great boss. That's okay. I'm not expecting positives until we get to the next dungeon, where I'm hopeful the quality will start actually noticeably improving. But anyways, let me delete a bunch of these questions. I've answered them. What class would I like to end? What class would you like to end to? I don't understand the question here, Liz. So I need to answer his Lartex questions now. Add! None. I've actually been asked that question a lot. And the answer is always the same. None. There are too many classes as is. If you put a gun to my head, though, I do have 2 answers for you, but I'm not going to tell you them right now because I'm going to answer his Lartex question first. So Lartex says, favorite raid and raid boss per expansion. Up to you, Arcano. But yes, I do plan to continue playing Juggernaut. Even though I can't hold aggro off of you, which is funny. Yeah, Juggernaut is the best spec in the game, just saying. Other than Darkness. So, Vanilla. Best raid in the game? Noxoramus, bar none. There's no arguing that. Best boss in Vanilla? That's strange.
Greetings, investor. Welcome to the Serial Memorial Showroom, which exhibits Zerka's incredible military innovations from 4 centuries of market leadership. Many of these historically significant weapons are available for purchase by acceptable clients. Please inquire at information.
Ironically, I was leaning towards the 4 Horsemen. It is such a monstrously complex, beautifully crafted boss fight. I've never even beaten it in Vanilla. I still think it's probably my favorite fight in Vanilla. At least favorites. Okay, so least favorite raid in WoW Vanilla. Molten Core. Least favorite boss in WoW Vanilla. So you're probably expecting me to pick a Molten Core boss. And that's almost cheap, because all the Molten Core bosses are about as complex as the boss fight we just fought. That's not an exaggeration. They're usually one, at best two mechanic bosses. They're very basic. So they're boring. But there's a couple of bosses that actually irritate me in WoW Vanilla. And I feel like...
understand brand loyalty. This lockdown's just a formality. If they want to leave, all they need to do is ask.
Yeah, no, I think I'm going to go with the general fight. General, I don't even remember his name, in Rack. Just a boring, dull, long, irritating fight. Lots of knockbacks and aggro resets. It's just an irritating fight. Moving on to BC. So the worst fight, the worst raid in BC, Hyjal. There's no question there. Again, that's just a gimme. The worst boss in BC. Worst raid boss in BC. I'm gonna get some hackles for this, but I think I'm actually gonna pick Archimond. Archimond is a rare example of a fight where not only can anybody in the entire group screw over the entire group, but also how good your latency is determines how well the fight goes. It was a neat idea, I'll give them that, but as with so many other things I've talked about, it was the beginnings of a good idea, not actually a good idea by itself. Yeah, Mount Hyjal's just bad up the bottom. I hated that raid. So, best in BC. That's a little bit trickier. I'm probably going to lean towards the Black Temple as my favorite overall raid, but that's still kind of rough, because there's actually some pretty good raids in BC. No, you know what? I'm going to change my mind on that. I'm going to say Zulamon. Zulamon is my favorite raid in BC. Hi, Evo. And favorite individual boss fight? Ooh, that's actually really tough. I think I'm going to pick Mauru, though. Post-nerf, before you ask. Mauru is a very, very well-constructed fight. And just, honestly, kind of brilliant in how it's designed. And he's... where is he? There he is. Come on, game, work with me. So then we move on to Wrath. Worst raid in Wrath. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say there's actually no really bad raids in Wrath. We'll see if that's true when we go through it on review. But the least good one would probably be Sartharian. Another one-off fight, and it's honestly pretty simple. The worst individual fight in Wrath. I admit a personal hatred of the Deathbringer fight in Citadel. Mostly because I played on the Horde, and we had his cutscene before the fight, not the end of it. So every single wipe, guess what we had to listen to? Every single time. Personal irritation aside, that's not a great design choice, especially on the Alliance. Cutscene happens after the fight. So it's not like they didn't know. Yeah, I think I'm going to commit to that. So, best raid, Citadel, duh. Best fight, Lich King, duh. There's no arguing here. There's no ifs, ands, or buts on that. So, we move on to Kata. Cata didn't have much in the raid department, so I'm gonna go ahead and say the worst raid once again is the relatively simple one, which is the Throne of the Four Winds. I mean, there's some cool stuff in there, but There's also a personal thorn in my side for a while, but I wouldn't want to get into that. And worst individual fight. Because you're insane, Giga Pudding! I mean, you even like Vector. Yeah, no, the Spine of Deathwing is easily... You know what, actually, I'm going to change my earlier answer. I'm going to say that the Dragon Soul is the worst raid in Cata.
I built CZ-198 up from nothing. A scrubby storage outpost became our flagship research center because of me. You think you can take it all away?
Yes. Yes, I do. Anyways, but yeah, Dragon Soul has a lot of issues, and the Spine of Deathwing can go to hell. Favorites in Cata. So my favorite raid is Firelands. Let's just get that out of the way. That's a duh. My favorite fight? That's actually really tough. There's two fights I love very much so in Cataclysm. One is the fight against Cho'Gall, especially on harder difficulties.
Drain Circa's lifeblood. The Empire wants us in chains. But what doesn't destroy us will drive us.
But, the other fight is Ragnaros. Heroic version, or mythic version, whatever it is. The one where he actually gets up at the end of the fight.
We've synergized a whole new breed. Dynamic, aggressive, intelligent. Your invasion has interrupted their feeding.
Are those Flesh Raiders? Those are Flesh Raiders. Okay. That's a thing. So worst raid in Pandaria. I'm gonna once again say I think we're at the point where there are no bad raids. Because Pandaria. Pandaria was some of the best raid design in the entire game, like overall.
Blood and metal? If you live long enough, the Vigilant will give them to you.
So least good. Hi, Blade Chabal.
This was our castle. Our crossroads of technology and talent. And you've ripped up the foundations. But there's always time to reverse the curve.
Code accepted. Vigilant activation in progress. All personnel must evacuate to a minimum safe distance.
Okay. There it is. Although I'm in the middle of answering a question right now, obviously. So I think I'm going to say the Terrace is the least good of the raids in Pandaria. They're all good, but, you know, Terrace is least good. Okay. And least favorite boss fight in Pandaria. I do, Zactaf. I'm just still in the middle of answering a question. It's a long question. That's why I saved it for a while. Honestly, I'm gonna go with Galakron or whatever it's called. Depends on the expansion, Jay Palmer. I can't even think of the damn name. The fight where there's the twit face who's evil and stupid riding on top of the child of Galakron. While you have to get the turrets. There you go, Spawn of Galakron, the towers of...
Feisty, aren't you?
That fight...
Contingencies online.
That's one of those fights that's fun the first time and gets really irritating the second time and third time and 80th time and... You get the idea. I actually have that mount, too. Anyways. But yeah, no, that fight. So favorites. This is going to be tricky. So favorites in Pandaria. I think I'm going to say Siege of Orgrimmar, because Siege of Orgrimmar is a damn good raid. But as far as individual boss fight, that's tough. Let me think about that. Zayla, that's her damn name. Evil McEvilson. There's so many good fights. There's so many good fights. Because, like, there's the Thunder King. There's the bug that follows you. The Kuchong, excuse me, screwing up my order there. In the Heart of Fear. There's Garrosh, which is a brilliant fight. There's I don't know. There's too many good fights in Pandaria. There's some really, really, really good fights. If you put a gun to my head, I'll just default to Garrosh. But damn. So let me move on to Warlords. Warlords only had 3 raids, so this will be easy. Least favorite is the last one. The Hellfire Citadel. Oh, dude, the engineer fight is so good. Giga Pudding. I can't remember his name either, but it's a really, really good fight. No, Black Fuse is the goblin. Hang on. I gotta look this up now, because the engineer fight is so good. Operator Thogar. That's him. In terms of sheer execution, oh my god. Yeah, that's the train one. By the way, that's my favorite fight. I'll just get that out of the way right now. That's my favorite fight in Warlords. But anyway, so least favorite raid is Citadel. The last one. Least favorite boss? Honestly, the first 2 bosses in the last raid kind of tie for me for worst boss. Like, the first one's not bad, but it gets old. And the second one is actually kind of boring, especially by Warlords standards, because Warlords actually had some really legit boss design. Speaking of which, favorite raid, Blackrock Foundry. Favorite boss, Engineer Thogar. Or Operator Thogar. But let's be clear. Warlords is going to just get dogpiled with boss positives when it comes to the review. Because holy crap. We'll move on to Legion. So, least favorite raid in Legion. There was only 4, weren't there? Yeah. I think I'm going to say the Tomb of Sargeras. It's still good, but it just doesn't quite have the oomph the other 3 do on different axes. Least favorite boss fight? Ironically, also from Tomb, it's the first guy, the Pit Lord.
I haven't lost. Not yet. Not while the Vigilant still vigilant. You will be undone.
Oh my god, it's the Vigilant. I didn't get to see it. What was it? Pillars, what was it? What's the 5th raid, Zartek? Or is it one of those one-off raids I tend to not remember existing? Hang on, so it's, the Nightmare, the Night Hold, the Tomb, and Antorus. Oh, Trial of Valor. Oh, okay. Trial of Valor is my least favorite. That's easy. I didn't care for that raid, really. And so much so I forgot it even existed. And I would say my least favorite boss is probably the first boss of the Trial of Valor. Just, Gruul's Lair is simple, but actually pretty well designed for what it is, so no. Favorite in Legion, that's gonna be tough. So, oh, that's actually really tough. That's really tough. I'm gonna go with Nighthold as my favorite. I'm admittedly biased because everything to do with the Nightborn are amazing, and Suramar is one of the best story arcs in the entire game. But it helps that the Nighthold really is a legit great war.
The CZ-198 Green Habitat Zone gathers the galaxy's finest flora and fauna. providing on-site genetic material for our projects. Caution. Do not touch or approach the exhibits without supervision.
Adaptations complete.
Dancing droid, dancing droid. Favorite boss? Interesting. What is that? I don't know if I could pick a favorite boss in Legion. There's too many good ones. Argus is the obvious choice. But then again, kill Jaden. And also the Queen. And I happen to also really... All four of the major end bosses are awesome fights. Every one of them. So the Nightmare Lord, the Queen, Kill Jaden, and Argus. All four of those are fantastic fights. What I love most about Kill Jaden is it's such a seemingly simple fight. It's such a seemingly simple fight. Oh, right. I always forget about Gul'dan. I stand by what I said. The Queen is a better fight than Gul'dan. But, like, Kill Jaden just looks so simple. It's like, oh, he just does this and this and this. But the way they layer it, the way they set up the cooldowns in the arena, just... It's poetry. It is one of the most well-designed fights in the game, honestly. That brings us to BFA. I've never raided in BFA. That brings us to Shadowlands. Never raided in Shadowlands. The end. Well, okay, I've LFR'd, but, you know, that's it. I will say the mother fight in BFA is actually an extremely good fight. Credit where credit is due. Also the Jaina Proudmoore fight, while we're on the subject. Alright, now that was a massive answer to Zlartek, so I'm going to ignore Zlartek's question for just a minute to spread around the answers for a moment. Let's see here. So, Nerazaz asked about adding a class to WoW. So, in case I haven't made this clear, I think WoW has too many classes. Because it actually has, like... like 23 or something like that. Which is entirely too many. I don't think WoW needs new classes. Having said that, there are two specs that do not really exist in WoW. A true pet class, which it has the tech for nowadays, and a true buffer class, which it has the tech for nowadays. A true support class is what I would want, and then, like I said, a true pet class. Neither of which, well, okay, a true pet class doesn't exist in any MMO, and very, very few MMOs offer support for support classes, so... I think it's 23 Magister, something like that. I mean, Necromancer could serve as a pet class, and Rune Master could easily serve as a support class. But I stand by my original statement. We have too many classes as it is. Well, let's say that... Okay, let me put this to you this way. Summoner in FF14 is not a true pet class. A true pet class is where working through and with your pets is pretty much the entirety of the class's focus. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of the philosophy that goes into it, but it should feel completely different to use your pet to do something than to do something. In fact, what should be happening, ideally, is most of your abilities are actually separate from the pet, and you're controlling your pet separate from yourself. In other words, you are, for all intents and purposes, playing two classes. That's a true pet class right there, when you are managing your pet and yourself separately. Now, WoW actually did that very briefly. Once, in BC specifically. Beastmaster Hunter was exactly like that back then. It is not like that anymore. I don't agree with that, personally. But they do have the capacity to run really, really high-quality AI on, you know, NPCs nowadays. We've seen this in Pandaria with the scenarios, and we've seen this in BFA with the expeditions. So they have the ability to do a proper pet class now. It's on the table. Unlike FF14, which, no offense, it's not. They can't. So, anyways, given who Lex Luthor is, do you think once he finds out about Wesker's evil plan, he would leak his info about the plans to the superheroes? Yeah, Lex has no interest in being taken over by a super zombie virus. He is not stupid. I love this constant stun. This is great right here. Yeah, exactly, Bragwin. There's only so much you can do about spaghetti code. Yeah. Let's see. So if someone hired Deathstroke to kill someone in WoW. Yeah. Let's see. And then there's a bunch of who would they play questions. I'm going to skip over those temporarily. Let's delete a couple of these. So the Zerka Lab, what canon Star Wars characters would you pick to do this raid? So I have to pick someone from the AU? Obviously Finn, so he could joke the entire time. I'm joking. I would pick Lando. He's AU, he counts. Han, Leia, and Chewie. A little bit of force, definitely some talk, some adaptability and scoundrelness, and the heavy. Boom, there you go. Keeping to the four-party format of Tor. Delete. Then there's like 7 questions from Evo. All right, let me rewind. Elizar, are you there? I really think every MMO needs to get over that personally, Bragwin. Because I've heard those arguments for years that a true support class can't work because every class should be able to solo, and it's all about the DPS and blah 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 blah. And I've just seen in action too many times where that's not actually true. You know what I mean? It's just old think that is preventing MMOs from moving forwards as a concept. I mean, that would be a cool cooldown ability, Magister. Imagine if you could, like, use a spell and, like, so you've got your pet, right? And then you use, like, a certain ability and it does something, but in addition, depending on how you do it, it also puts, like, claws on the thing, right? So it's going to do bleeding damage. And then you use some other ability, and it's going to do some other thing, but it's also going to put thorns, so it's going to have thorns ability. And so everything you're doing is just building this combo of parts on your abomination. And then once your combo is filled, you actually summon the abomination, and it has all those abilities based on your usage. And yes, I know I'm describing the engineer, or excuse me, the miracle worker from STO, and I don't care. It's a great class concept. Oh, I know, Bragwin. I'm with you. I just think MMOs need to overcome that stupidity. Listen, that friend is awesome, whoever they are, Evo, because they're friends with you. Sandstorm, huh? Okay. Oh, no, the generators, which are way over there. Okay, sure. What kind of ice cream, J. Palmer? Did you bring enough for everyone? All right, let me answer Elizar's question here. Oh, wait, hang on. I think Elizar isn't here. We'll skip it. Sean says, I think the Joker would be miserable and would commit mass murder-suicide if he killed Batman. Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely. No question. Joker does not want to kill bats. This is Fire Emblem 3 Heroes. Again, actually, we were playing this earlier. On accident, it's on random. Playlist. Anyways, so would I get along with a person like Siri? Yeah, absolutely. Who founded the Bastion? I don't know. Who got the idea and what inspired them? When and with what purpose? So there's this planet called Sorai Prime. That's not the name of the planet. I don't know the name of the planet. There's this planet named, insert planet name here. And it's filled with a whole bunch of people known as the Sorai. The Empire reached out and made contact with these people before they were unified as a species. So, pretty much Earth, real life, right? So, that led to civil war. And that led to the creation of the Bastion. Any questions? It's a story I've had bouncing around my head for a while now, since it's such an important one for the history of the setting. Who are the Bastion? Don't worry. We're the Bastion. We're here to help. Let's see. What are the other branches of the Empire? Oh god, there's so many. Where do I even begin? You know about the Factor, the Bastion, and the military. You know what? Let's just stop there. That's all that's really necessary to cover, right? You don't need to know about the Legislator or the various divisions, which deal with more mundane civilian effects. You don't need to know about how this dude just looks weird with fire raining. Look at that. That's that weird fire graphic going on. Yeah. Or Giga. You can do it, Giga. I believe in you. I haven't even talked about Imperial Intelligence. In fact, I don't think they've ever come up in any story idea I've ever written, which is funny when you think about it. By the way, there's actually 2 intelligence organizations within the Empire. There's the one everyone knows about, and then there's the one nobody knows about. Now, I'd like to say that was inspired by Section 31, but no, that actually predates Section 31, believe it or not. Makes sense, though. It's more like the spies that nobody knows about. It's not like they're evil. In fact, it's not, their mission isn't even different, if that makes any sense. Their modus their objectives aren't different. It's only their modus operandi that are different. The whole point is there's a specific point in power to walking up and saying, "Hi, I am with intelligence. Hi, I identify as, here's my FBI badge," right? There's a point and a purpose to having an organization like that. Then there's a point and purpose to having plainscloth, right? I don't know if that's even a modern term, and I don't care, because that's what it was called back when I was inventing all this crap. Plainscloth is exactly what it sounds like. It's someone in plain cloths. They're not identified. They don't have a badge on them. Nobody actually knows that they're with the intelligence agency. They're just there, watching and talking and doing their job. And you see the distinction between the two. I mean, I think you're doing okay, Arcana. I mean, you're the worst tank. No, I can tell you some tank stories, trust me. Yeah, the way they tend to do it is most people in the hidden intelligence, they tend to have... So, okay, it's intelligence and security. I know those are really, really boring terms, but that's it. So security, they're the obvious spies. Everybody knows who security is, Imperial security. Then there's Imperial intelligence. Those are the hidden spies, right? Security, intelligence. So, most members of security, they can just live lives. You know, they can do whatever. But most members of intelligence, they effectively sign a contract, literal or metaphorical, I've never decided, which says, yeah, I agree to not have a life for a period of time. And you basically sign up for X years of service, right? The idea is once those years are up, you know, you get a nice... You don't get paid particularly well in intelligence until you finish your term. Then you get paid quite well to try and make up for the years that you have lost in service. And that's the point at which you're supposed to be allowed to go and live your life. If that makes any sense. Are we going across? Oh, we are going across. Okay. Thank you, pillars. I mean, it's one of those unfortunate things, Eva. There's not really a good way around that. But they do try to do everything they can, oh jeez, to make sure that they have a good life after they finish their term of service. Ironically, the military tends to operate similarly, minus the cut-your-old life thing. Military families are actually really common. Favorite and least favorite LFR experience? Is that the Vigilant?
Final protocols initiated.
What the hell is that?
Scent of war. Leave no survivors.
Oh, hang on, let me get some boss music going here. Only a certain kind of person could do that. Never mind, be willing. Yeah, Vigilant face reveal, by the way. Vigilant, we accept you and embrace you for who and what you are. You don't have to brutally butcher us. You don't have to. Okay. Are you gonna just stand up here, being immune? Yep. Okay. Cool. I can't get out. I can't get out. Oh god. I don't think I was supposed to get up here. There we go. I got out. I got out. Okay. Whew. That was interesting. Anyways. No, he totally sounds like a Transformer. Favorite LFR experience. Warlords. Archimond. Now, the Archimond fight is a damn good fight.
Is to defeat. Storing enemy tactics. Beginning cross references.
But in addition to just being an awesome fight, it's hard to properly explain it.
Vigilant energy levels at 94%. Time to reach minimum safe distance has expired.
It's hard to properly explain it without actually just sitting down and giving you a play-by-play of the entire fight. But if you know the Archimond fight, you know there's a whole lot of stuff going on in the Archimond fight. What happened was we had this one asshole who was just being a dick about everything. Elitist, excuse me, I should clarify the type of asshole. Just this elitist dickwad who kept insisting that, oh no, you need to do this and this and that, and it was all wrong information. Kept yelling at people in chat. Blah, 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 blah.
Please secure all data and exit the building.
Just a dickwad. And then they died. And then they were like, well, you might as well just wipe it, because, you know, the raid's going to fall apart without me. The moment they went down, it was one of the tanks, by the way. The moment they went down, the other tank was like, can anyone, like, stand up on this? So, I'm on my healer. And I'm on my druid. So I step up, because I happen to know the fight. And I become the second tank for that nonsense. And we just kind of thug it. And again, I'm going to summarize. Because that was an ordeal.
Made invulnerable.
But yeah, we earned that victory. Let me put it that way.
The red dark rising.
Wow, that was quick.
Losing power. System shut down.
I'm still in combat with that. Here, can I even? There we go. Least favorite LFR experience. Pandaria. The goddamn eye. Oh, he was livid, Zeiss. He was so mad. He was so angry. It was far too enjoyable. Anyways, we did it. Yay! Woo-hoo. we done? Can we leave? I think we'll leave. Okay, let's get out of here. Least favorite was that damn eye and that damn maze. So it's 25 people. Of the 25, about 4 could do the maze. Now, most of you probably understand what that means, but for those of you who haven't done that, let me try to explain this a little bit. So there's this eyeball, right? And he's like, "Rawr, I'm a boss, and I'm doing boss things." And every so often, he does the maze phase. Yeah, it's in Throne. And the maze phase is he generates this giant fog of death. And there's a path through the maze that you can take. And he very slowly rotates with a death beam. If this death beam hits you, you're dead. So you have to navigate the maze as quickly and precisely as you can while getting around him. And it's actually really cool. It's an awesome boss mechanic. Nobody could do it. They just couldn't do it. And like 4 or 5 people out of 25 would be the only survivors after the maze phase. It was the only time in my entire life, that's not true, one of only 2 times in my entire life, I've gotten all the way up to 10 stacks of whatever it's called, the buff thing. You know what I'm talking about. This one? I believe so, J. Palmer, yeah. Yeah, it was, livid-inducing. But anyways. So, best LFR experience in BFA and Shadowlands. The dance fight would be my answer to that. I don't even remember the name of it, but it's the dance fight. It's in the first raid. The Castle Nothrazim or whatever. It's in Shadowlands. I don't have anything fancy to say. It's just a really fun fight. And it was just like, oh god, what do we do? Oh geez. And it was a bunch of people having no idea what they were doing, but adapting quickly to the changing scenario. It was just kind of delightful to go through, in addition to being a very fun fight.
At attention, men. Welcome back, the heroes who just won CZ-198 for the Empire.
Zerka thanks you as well. I've begun downloading the data from CZ-198, even the details concerning the Vigilant.
Okay, we'll flirt. Flirt.
Zerka can thank me all at once. What about you?
Thank you. I mean it. Zerka now has a future within the Empire, and though our armaments are strong, nothing will replace you as the Empire's greatest weapon.
Sorry.
We own you. Open your factories, continue your innovations, but never place greed before your empire.
You won't have any trouble out of me. Now please excuse me. The Grand Moff wants Zerka weapons on the front within the week. Pleasure doing business with you.
Thank you again. While the Republic bullies their allies, you're forging new bonds. That's how the Empire will win this war. Good luck on the battlefield. Fight for the new Zerka and a renewed Empire.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay. That all sucked. Now we're up to the Revan dungeons. So hang on. Let me double check something really quick here. Yep. Nope. We are up to Assault and Tython. And then Korriban Incursion, and then Depths of Manaan, and then Legacy of the Rakata. Malachor would like to join us for this. Would anyone like to volunteer to give Malachor a seat? Are you sure, Pillars? You only got to do the Zerk ones. Okay, whatever. Let's grab Malachor. I don't know what your character is, though. Blade Travell would also like to join us, but that's, again, shrug. No, it's okay, Evo. If you knew what my super secret spies were doing, then they're not doing their job correctly now, are they, Evo? Looks like Riken Gorl. Yeah, he just logged in. Blade Travell? Can you heal Blade Travell? Because I know Giga probably is overstretching her hands at this point. You don't have to leave, Giga. You're more than welcome to stay. I mean, what would we do without our dancing human, who's secretly a Twi'lek inside? Hello, Pyro Communist. So does that mean you're a communist who causes fires, or a communist who's on fire? No, Giga, you're fine, you're fine. It was strange. I just realized I don't know what playlist to use for these dungeons. We'll do these. Yeah, we'll start here. Malachor says go ahead. I did, actually, Caspian. So, I could probably do several of them. I'm actually a decent dancer, but no, I will never do it on camera. I am extremely performance shy. It took the pleading of my adorable niece to get me to dance for her. Or I suppose I should say with her. Darth Arcus? Arcus?
Dark Lord, I consider it an honor to call upon a fellow member of the Dark Council in this matter.
What's this all about?
You represent the last, most vital piece in my plan to shake the Republic to its very core. I'd say more, but it's better we speak in person. I promise you, together we will change the face of the galaxy. Starting with the planet Tython.
Dun dun dun! Wah, 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 wah. So I should mention something really quickly here. So, if we were doing this on the Republic, we would have Korriban incursion and then assault on Tython. But because we're doing it on Sith, we're doing assault on Tython and then Korriban incursion. Just FYI. Anyways. It's down here apparently. Hey Latario, welcome back. Do I enjoy top-down Zelda combat? I'll answer that very quickly. No. I don't think it would be negative worthy.
Only as intended.
Like, I sincerely doubt when we review those will be negatives. But I don't think I'll be giving a positive for just combat in a top-down Zelda, because it's just kind of there. There's not much to it. I prefer the combat in something like Breath of the Wild, or Twilight Princess, or Wind Waker.
All healed.
Do you require medical attention? Be well.
We are absolutely not, Zaktaf, no. Who's this twit? Ah, nobody likes her anyways.
If I could carry a tune, I would sing of this day. What we are about to accomplish, the galaxy will forever behold with great wonderment.
Whoop, that's not the song that should be. What?
But perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself. After all, we've never properly met.
Darth Arcus.
Yes, a pleasure. In my capacity as Minister of Military Offense, I have repeatedly enjoyed the fruits of your labor. And this is my most trusted advisor, Lana Benico.
I sense such strong convictions. Each of you a great power to be reckoned with.
I will allow you to flirt.
Perhaps we could discuss my finer qualities at some point in the near future, under less formal circumstances.
Perhaps we could, Dark Lord. At some point, as you say. You've been invited here to perform an act once thought impossible. An attack on the Jedi Temple of Tython.
Even though that one dude did it in Act 1 of Jedi Knight.
Ever since Imperial intelligence was effectively dismantled. However, a source I personally trust has alerted me to a hole in Tython's planetary defenses. If we act fast and strike hard, it will absolutely ruin Republic morale. Annihilate it.
And once we've taken the temple, what then?
While you concern yourself with the assault, Lord Go will be tasked with keeping the temple secured. So long as we have control, we'll explore the artifacts and histories stored inside. Imagine all we can learn about the Jedi and the Force.
This will be a great day for the Sith. And the Sith Empire.
That it will, Lord Roth. Your shuttle awaits. By the time you reach Tython, our first wave will have established a foothold on the surface. I'll remain in constant contact throughout the offensive.
Succeed in this, and together we will have signaled the beginning of the Republic's most humiliating end. Glory for the Empire!
Well, the Empire. Sorry. Lucario says, in my opinion, do the graphics of Tor hold up? Yes, I think the game actually looks pretty good, even to this day. It's stylized, but I like it, so shrug. Advice on how to write good battle scenes. Actually, I do have advice on that. The biggest mistake I'd tend to see most writers make is they want to go down every single tiny little itty-bitty detail when it comes to a fight, to describe everything. The problem is the act of then reading that becomes slog. It completely kills the pacing of the scene. In my opinion, then, what you should do is you should map out what actually happens, maybe even write every itsy-bitty little detail, and then rip some of that out. So rather than, as he lifts the person to the side and twists them 90 degrees, he threw them against the wall, but then they caught the wall with their feet, squeezed, and then pushed back with their calves to come back and hit them across the wall. Instead, say something along the lines of, you know, a quick pick, a hole, and Bob was thrown against the wall. But he only stayed there a few moments because he was rebounding seconds later, and his backhand was a good rejoinder against the person's face, or something like that, right? Basically one sentence instead of 5, kind of a deal. Mr. Red says, what kind of help will I require when I play WoW? None. However, it'll be awesome. I think I'm in an infinite loading screen. Yep. I will require none, but everybody will be welcome to WoW, especially since we're pretty much at the point where we can group on either side. I actually have done some tech tests on how that works, by the way. So we can't do overworld stuff, like, you know, cross-faction, but any dungeon, any raid, we're good. It's actually really cool. I'm really hoping that they are true to their word, and that they're going to roll out more and more and more cross-faction tech over time. So like I said, it's a little bit, Nerozaz. Right now you can do raids and dungeons and PvP cross-faction. And I think there's like one other thing. Like, you have to specifically set up a group for it and blah, 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 blah. But it is there. Like, I have actually done a dungeon with an Alliance character and a Horde character, and it was awesome. Soft-locked, Alex. I wonder. I should give a negative for the infinite load bug. Let's do that. Like, it's only shown up like 10 times total, but still, that's not great. Ah, Tython. It's about how I remember it. Of course it did, Evo. I'm going up this time instead of down. Because Zillow... So, I don't know if you'd know this, Evo. Reading the question bot log is actually a colossal pain in the arse. I've talked to Zillow about it. We're trying to make it so the formatting is a little bit easier to read. But it's substantially easier to read from bottom up than to top down. So I'm just going to kind of do that. So... Evo, of course, asked about the what do super secret spies do? So, you've probably seen most spy stories, and those spy stories have probably taught you all sorts of things about how many horrible, terrible things spies have to do, including the spy story in this very game. However, believe it or not, most of the super secret spies don't do any of that stuff, because their job is not to do, it is to see. Make sense? They are the information framework. They are the people with the phones casually snapping a shot of something so that we can have as accurate of a picture as possible. That's their primary job. Information. So there's group syncing and level syncing and percentage syncing. So even if I'm level 1, which I will be in BC, and you're level 60 or 80 or 900,000, it doesn't matter. Because WoW is really great about that. This is Tython, yeah. This is just Tython. It's a little changed, but... yeah, Alex has the right of it, you know. Yeah, something like 007 is a little bit closer to special forces than straight spy. The true spies, they don't really do. Mostly without the Empire, you know. There is an entire hegemony out there, at least until this war more. But there are plenty of non-imperial, you know, planets, organizations, and bodies, and all that stuff. And wow, that sucker did not land well, did he? Yeah, I was gonna say, so this is a darker Tython. Is Korriban gonna be bluer? Is the temple rubble? Did someone rubble the temple? Aren't we supposed to be here to, like, take stuff, not destroy stuff? You know, that's a fair point, Jiren Dauphine. Maybe I should rename them espionage instead of intelligence. Like, if you want more deets, Evo, I've got them, but I have them written down, not by memory.
We can't make it to the temple until you do away with the shielding that's keeping our forces confined to the area. Look for the Republic command platform. That's where you'll find the shield controls.
Yeah, they rubbled the thing. Oh, there's actually ships up there, too. Words. I've lost words. Doesn't matter. Moving on. Damashi had a question. Follow-up to the KOTOR 3 True Sith question. Considering Revan and the Exile had to go to the unknown regions to face the threat, how would I have them to find the Sith? The idea I had, in rough vagueness, is to get the hell out of that. Oh, Jesus. Stay over here until those go away. The rough idea I had was that, you know, there's the Sith Emperor, who is super evil and super terrible, doesn't exist or is a fake or whatever. And of course, so the Exile and Revan. Yeah, exactly. Blue Hero gets it. I'm explaining it so badly because I'm stretching my attention too many ways. But Blue Hero understands immediately what I'm going with. There are no Sith. There is no ancient Sith Empire. There are no Sith out there. It's all a wild goose chase, deliberately designed to keep the most powerful and the most skilled of the Jedi going after something that isn't there, right? The whole point is to be the false... not the false flag, but... You know what I'm talking about. And of course, it's well hidden, because it's the double blind. They have gone through a great deal of effort to hide the fact that there's this ancient Sith Empire, so that only the people who really go digging are even going to find this in the first place. And then, of course, those people will go out there and they'll run into the trap. And that's what the Exile and Revan are going to run into, is this trap. Now, I don't know the exact format of how I would do that trap, but, you know, there would be something there designed to try and remove the two of them from the board. It could be something really, really simple. After all, the most powerful Sith in the world, or the most powerful Jedi in the world, can't do jack about being on a shuttle that is destroyed in space. Don't quote the frickin' Last Jedi thing to me. You know what I mean. God damn it. It's just a planet made of Sarlaccs. It's not even a planet, it's just a bunch of Sarlaccs. Anyways. So, scrolling up a little bit more. So Evo asks, so here's one of the espionage agents, and they die on a mission, which is extremely unlikely, but let's say it happens. Would their family and friends, if they have any, be informed, and would anyone know their sacrifice at all? Unfortunately, the answer to that is, it depends? Well, no, because it does. It depends. If they're there's layers of classification. This is true in real life, too. There's layers of classification, and there's tiering to that on purpose. If they're doing something like it's tier 3 or 4, they'll probably go ahead and inform the friends and family. They were on a mission. Details don't matter. Oh, there's the Jedi Temple. I was just in the wrong spot. They were on a mission. They died in the service. Here's all the money we were going to give them for the rest of their lives. Boom. Yeah, something like that. Wait a minute, this is where I fought droids. Not turrets. I feel lied to. Now, if it's much, much higher tier espionage, well, then the answer is no. They will not be informed. What will probably happen is another branch of espionage will probably arrange for some money to come under them in a very, normal kind of a way. Maybe they win some kind of a lottery, or maybe they just experience some unexpected downfall. Or maybe they get a beneficial tax refund, or whatever. They get the money to them in a way that nobody really is supposed to notice. There's lots of ways to do that. Yeah, there's just this free vacation that's just paid. Yeah, there's ways. There's ways to make it happen. Too many. Not as much as you'd think, Jirandolfi, and more than they should. I mean, obviously they would know that their family member died. They just, they don't need to be informed that their family member died. The fact that they're not home for Thanksgiving is really sufficient information on that one. I do, actually, yeah. In fact, he's fighting us with his training droids, which is actually kind of neat. I'll give you that one, game. Yeah, exactly, Evo. Wow, they have a self-destruct. Well, no, that is the truth. The ideal of the Sith, at its most core and pure and stupid, is one supremely powerful being atop a mountain of corpses. That is the Sith in a nutshell. That is their Darwinism taken to the absolute extreme. And I actually agree with Orcano. Or not Orcano, excuse me, Latario. That is exactly what Vitiate embodies. One Sith, everyone else dead. Sure glad we helped him improve his things. Yeah, one Sith to rule them all.
We're in, but we're not there yet. The Jedi Temple Library is heavily secured. You'll have to find a way to breach the entrance. A word of warning. Jedi do adore their libraries. I wouldn't expect to find the room unoccupied, were I you.
Look, I don't want to kill all y'all, alright? Really, I don't. I really don't. Just let me have access to your library, and I'll go back to my corner of existence where we're the Sith and we're pathetic. Because remember, canonically at this point, we are officially on the losing side here. Yeah, I know, right? Nero's dance. It's like, do we have to keep playing this song and dance? That actually hurt. Anyways, let's see here. So I have done many questions. Oh god, new questions have arisen. No, the questions continue. Just for that, let's change playlist because I just realized I'm on the wrong playlist. Hang on. Let's go down to this playlist. No, it doesn't work. Yeah, I like Mega Man. Let's do Mega Man. Why do I have no heals? Oh god, I have no heals. Run for my life. Run. That would be really funny, Blue. You did it! You humiliated the Jedi! I don't think that's how that works. Hang on, let me get my healing beam going. There we go. Did I see the terrible sketch you sent me? I don't think you've ever sent me a terrible sketch. No, Evo. Although, you send me so many that I'm not sure which one you're asking about. So let's figure this out. So it's either... Oh! I'm guessing you mean the terrain sketch. I admit, when you described it, I pictured the tubes being thinner. Or maybe my perspective is just wrong. Oh, I like that idea, Malachar. Let's do it, let's do it. Hang on. There we go. Got there before Anakin, everybody. Small on your screen. There we go. And Giga is... Oh my god. Terrifying everybody. Take a seat, young pudding. No, not on me. So, Giga! It's actually really lovely looking, Evo. I can actually hear it in my head, if that makes any sense. Ironically, I don't think it worked with Trenthar, but I love the idea of that being a place somewhere. I don't know. It's really cool. I like it. Think of the younglings. This... I should have made the thumbnail this. Just us being the Jedi Masters. Alright, let's go kill some younglings. I don't know if Giga has a thing you can donate towards. You'll have to ask her about that. Do I agree that this is one of the themes of the Dragon Age series? The pathing of time distorts the truth. Yes. I will say yes to that one. And yes, Evo. So there's two... There you go. You can give Giga Pudding a Steam code to Grounded. Or something that she actually wants to play. Cutscene. Hey, it's Orkano's mount. He stole Orkano's mount!
As if it wasn't enough to sense your presence. You seem to have a need to do everything as loudly as possible.
Hi.
This is the Jedi Temple. You are not welcome. Leave this sacred place now. You'll not get a second warning.
Okay.
That's the problem with you Jedi. I don't even give a first warning.
If you won't go willingly, you leave me no choice.
Anyways, so... That's amusing, Zekta. Whoop. Words.
I will not tolerate this incursion!
So let's assume for a moment, Evo, that you are someone
Use a few lessons.
who has no friends and no family you're close to, right?
Your presence here disgusts me.
I know that's a stretch, but bear with me for a second. So under those provisos, let's say you were recruited to espionage, right?
How desperate of the Empire to send you here?
So what would have happened is one of two things.
I will not tolerate this incursion.
You would be told during recruitment, all right, you've got a choice. Do you want to, basically, where do you want this money to go if you die in the field, right? And you could split that up, however, within reason. You know, maybe there's a charity you like, maybe there's just a particular ice cream place you're really fond of. Doesn't matter. Of course I do, USS. Who doesn't?
Your presence here disgusts me.
Sickness must be purged. Sorry. Now, you also have another alternative. You may also say,
no death.
But there's death. You may also just not answer and say, whatever, just put it towards whatever. And at that point, it's kind of up to whoever's handling your file at that point in time. Generally speaking, most people assign it somewhere, though. For obvious reasons. I have only read the Revan one, Slartek. I was put off from the others by the Revan one.
Can you believe Tech Ops already remapped the secure comms? Talented slicers we have in our employ, though even they pale in comparison next to you.
Pardon the intrusion. I thought you'd want to know the Jedi Temple is now fully under our control. We have a number of Jedi Padawans in our custody. Must be recent additions. They didn't know the first thing about fighting. What would you have me do with them?
You're joking, right? I'm not evil.
They're not worth the time to kill. Send them out.
So that.
Let them spread word of the Empire's victory.
As you wish, my lord.
You haven't found it yet, Lord Go, because the blasted Jedi don't want it found. Keep searching.
The temple and its mysteries are all ours now. Darth Arcus is indescribably pleased.
Doesn't sound like it.
When you sent me, you had to know the operation would be a success.
I did have a feeling. On behalf of Darth Arcus, I thank you. This is a banner day for the Empire. Be proud.
That was actually pretty quick. Whatever. It's the first dungeon down. When I was a kid, did I ever want to be a Jedi? No. When I was a kid, I wanted to be the Emperor. Eva says, I know he prefers not to, but does Madness ever interact with other people? Yes. If yes, how would he look like? So Madness can appear as whatever he wants to look like because he doesn't actually have a form in the strictest sense of the word. But he always appears the same way because he doesn't care about his appearance. And I think I've described him to you before, but I can do it again.
The Jedi Temple is now in Imperial hands.
Yay.
Indeed it is. All thanks to your efforts, of course.
At this very moment, Lord Go's team is exploring a hidden chamber rumored to hold the Jedi's
What's wrong with
most
her
treasured
eyes?
secrets.
Better still, the Republic will be reeling right now, stupefied over the humiliation you've wrought.
My lord.
Sergeant Tarston, do you not see that I have company? Important company?
Of course, my lord. But I've a
Okay,
report
what's wrong with everything other than her eyes?
It seems the Republic, my lord. They...
Like, her face looks wrong.
Try taking a breath, Sergeant.
Yes, you're right. My apologies. Republic forces have made landfall on Korriban and sacked the Sith Academy.
What? A retaliation so soon? What's the present status?
It's done. They've taken the Academy, secured it, and reports indicate that Darth Soverus gave his life in its defense.
Yay!
I see. Leave us.
Like, look, her face looks
Darth
wrong.
Soverus made a fine addition to the Dark Council. We should all strive to be as loyal to the end.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the Republic have been better off trying to reclaim the Jedi Temple?
It's a perplexing matter, but we can't concern ourselves with it now. At this very moment, Jedi walk the halls of our Sith Academy, our Dark Council chambers. Simply outrageous!
Didn't you just invade the Jedi Temple?
Ensure you have a safe place to land as near the Academy as possible. As with Tython, I will remain in close contact with you throughout the operation.
A final note. Whoever is heading Republic operations on Korriban must be made an example of. Do not take their command lead prisoner!
May the Force favor you this day.
Yes. The Force be with you. And with the great Sith Empire.
Right, but you're pathetic and losing. Also, and I'm sorry to point this out, but someone in chat already mentioned it too. Us taking some random temple they've only been at for like 4 years? Who cares? Them taking Korriban? That is a huge deal. Go Republic! Alright, so... Yes, the shard, the swarm, the storm of shards of glass, and each one has a different eye in it.
Not the greatest position, I know, but the lower wilds is as close to the Sith Academy as our team could manage. The Republic's pulled out all the stops with this invasion. But we fully expect your retaliation to surpass their efforts. Fight your way up to the Valley of the Dark Lords and reclaim the Sith Academy.
Okay.
Spare no one.
Didn't we already... Okay, wait, what? Really, Shadow Machine? What the hell's wrong with them? How did they lose Korriban? God, the Sith are so stupid and incompetent. Ugh! Smack! Yeah, meanwhile, the Republic's taking back Tython, because I mentioned how the dungeons are swapped. So, I'm going to describe it how it makes most sense to me, Evo, and then you're going to tell me that that makes no sense, and then I'm going to accept that. Madness, is... everyone, I think is how I'm going to describe that. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Correct, Malachor. We are done with the Republic forever. No, not literally. Madness is a farmer, and a bookkeep, and a speedrunner, and he's really into sports, and he likes tennis, and he likes football, and no, I don't, Alex. And he's into Star Wars, and he likes Star Trek, and he's rather fond of pickles. He also likes brewing. Does this explain anything? Madness is probably the most severe example of all things to all men I've ever written. Well, I give up then, Evo. Alright, so, let's see. which race in WoW needs to have its lore expanded on? The Nerubians! No, I'm gonna assume you mean playable race, because that narrows it down a little bit more. I mean, I'd be down for more Nightborn stuff, even though they're probably one of the most fleshed out playable races in the game. I would say... What? It makes so much sense, Evo. Okay. Let's dovetail this into another question you asked me. And then Evo leaves. Alright, let's answer someone else's question. Let's answer Justin's question. Justin actually said something earlier. He said, actually 2 days ago, I used to not care for the motion picture, but on rewatches this year, I've come to like it more, especially the director's edition. Are there any Trek movies that either improved or went down for you upon subsequent rewatches? So, I'll open that one up to the floor, if anybody would like to share. But the answer to that, for me, is absolutely yes. So, first of all, Star Trek 1, I'm the exact same way. I used to really not like that movie, and my opinion of it has actually gone up substantially. Now, it's still, Jesus, Sean. It's still, boring, to put it as nicely as I can, but the parts that aren't boring are much better than I remember. Like, I know that sounds strange, but I mean that. Like, the parts that are boring, but the parts that aren't boring are awesome. Well, okay, that's overselling it, but they're good, they're enjoyable. Star Trek 3 went down for me, no offense, Savicom, if you're there. Star Trek 2 actually went up, believe it or not.
Word from Sergeant Tython on the ground. It appears your arrival hasn't gone unnoticed. A Republic barricade has just
no! Damn it!
While hastily constructed, it is formidable. But we have every faith in you.
That's funny, Space Cadet. Star Trek 4 went up, especially since Star Trek 4 is actually extremely well constructed. Like, I know, it's ridiculous. But actually think about how brilliant Star Trek 4 is in its sequencing, in its structure of events, of what has to happen, where, and why. The pieces fit together so beautifully, I've heard the quote before, that you'd think they actually planned it that way, but they didn't. They were just really, really careful about using what they had, and they did a great job with it. 4 was the one with the whales. It was also legitimately funny. Yeah, exactly. 5 went down for me. 5 is still pretty bad. 6 went down, but also up. 6 has a common problem I've noticed in a lot of films. They're really good, except when they're bad. See Star Wars Episode 3 for a perfect example of that. Episode 3 is a great film, except when it's awful. And that's kind of Star Trek 6. Some of the stuff in 6 is just, why is this here? And the rest of it is just, oh, it's perfection. It's also still probably my favorite Star Trek film overall. 7 went down, 8 went down, 9 went down, 10 went down.
What is it this time, Sergeant?
These Sith apprentices were holed up in a medical supply storeroom. They're injured, some of them seriously, but they're able to walk at least.
Vigilant, we've seen your face. We have seen your face, Vigilant.
They're in no shape to fight. Find them someplace where they can recover.
Yes, of course. I'll see to it personally. Move out, cowards. Now!
8 is actually similar to 6 in several ways. Not as good, obviously, but when it's good, it's great, and when it's bad, it's a typical action flick with nonsense. Ironically, 6 doesn't have the typical action flick problems. 6's big problems are from plot holes, of which there are several. Still a good film, obviously. Oh, it's been a trip, Girandolfi. All of these people, Magister? Yeah, Nemesis is the greatest film ever made, except for the rape scene. But anyways, alright, so where was I? Why are... Oh, damn, these stupid slugs. Hate core slugs. Alright, whatever. Let's scroll down here. So that's Justin's question, finally answered. We can move on from that. Let's see. How optimistic am I regarding Dragonflight? Net neutral. Now, that may not sound good, but that's up from what it used to be. Believe it or not, I've never rewatched them, Nerazaz. Was I hyped for the Michael Bay's Transformer movie when it was announced? Yes, actually. Do I think Star Trek Nemesis was a deliberate attempt by the studio to dump the franchise? I have never seen anything to even indicate that, and I've done a lot of research on Trek in general, and that particular point in Trek in specific. In fact, I believe during the Enterprise ruminations, I will point out the moment at which some of that stuff happened with regards to Nemesis and Trek's history. So, no. Let me delete these. I already answered the symbolism question terribly because he wouldn't understand me. I never answered the race that I want more lore on. Oh, it was definitely a MILF. But no, they weren't. It wasn't deliberately sabotaged. It was just... It was what normally happens to movie franchises, to be blunt. It's what everyone assumed Star Trek II would be. In fact, the primary reason Nimoy wanted out of the Star Trek franchise was because he assumed that's where they were going with it. Ironically. It's probably not great music for this place, I just don't care. Sorry. Let me actually pull up a list. There's a lot of playables nowadays. Scroll down a bit here. Whoop, I lost people. Let's see. I think I will actually pick the Tarans. They're not actually doing that much with the Tarans. We know a huge amount of history.
I don't know what I'd do if I saw the Academy in the enemy's hands. Encrypted transmissions have been traced back to the Dark Council chambers. That must be where the Republic Command is operating from. We hope you don't find any Dark Council members up there. Captured or dead, either would constitute a gross humiliation.
Anyways, of the playable races, which was the limit, Alex, I would say that Tarans are the least fleshed out. We know a little bit about the Yongle and the Division and all that, and that's kind of it. No, I didn't hear about that, Justin. That sounds cool. That's a lot of noise. Jeez Louise. Hang on, gotta go visit my old digs. Aw, the door's closed. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Ah, well. What choice from a game did you go back and do over because you're upset at how things turned out? Half the choices in Tor. And... I don't know, so I don't have a specific answer for you. But what I did when I was getting ready for Mass Effect 3 was I sat down, like, literally with the wiki and a sheet of paper and was like, alright, I need to figure out which choices I'm going to make when and where and know how they go and blah, 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 blah. So there's probably a lot of redos there, too. I don't know where anybody is at this point. I'm just going to stand here. Just going to wait. Yeah, I did the same thing with Dragon Age leading up to Inquisition. Although I did that on camera. And yeah, I suppose the killing mission thing is probably the obvious example, but Lataria knows about that. Everybody knows about that. It's probably one of my most told stories on this entire show. Those are droids. Ow. There's nothing here. Moving on. Hi, Evo. Yeah, the party leader, aka the person with the droids, is the one missing. I don't know where he is. Legitimately. I saw a damage number. Nah, it's fine. Everything has been killed. Moving on. Why do I think Enterprise Season 3 is remembered so fondly? Because it wasn't Enterprise Season 1 and 2. That sounds like a joke. It's not one. A new quality of life feature that WoW does not have that it needs, other than roulettes, although that is the answer. The ability to mount while moving. Or instantly. Or needs like 50 quality of life things. Yeah, also getting rid of days. But I'll take the mounts first. I've been spoiled by Guild Wars 2. And Tor.
They've breached the front entrance. It's only a matter of time. Be ready.
Someone kill pancakes for me really quick, please.
Jedi, you befoul the Dark Council with your presence.
This place was already foul. But don't worry, sis. I have no intention of staying.
It's been conveyed to me that you shouldn't be allowed to leave. Not alive.
You're just really quiet.
So it's happening. I didn't think I'd have served my purpose so soon.
What are you going on about? What purpose?
We believe in a cause worth protecting. Worth dying for. Let's find out if you can say the same.
The Force, give us strength!
Anyways.
Press the attack!
So, Evo, what I was trying to say was, let's say that you have a friend. Okay, no, let me walk that back. Let's say you have someone who you're trying to talk to. What's one of the first things you do? Don't answer that. First thing you do is you try to establish a common point of connection.
We got what we came for!
Maybe it's a shared interest. Maybe it's a shared conception. Maybe it's shared experiences, but something shared, right? That's the big point.
Enough sparring!
Nice lightsabers. You gonna let me, like, attack you, or are you just gonna be a dick about this?
Did you really think you could take me? The Sith Academy! Disgusting!
Yeah, you establish common ground, right? Madness has common ground with everyone.
Stop it!
He is interested in everything. He has a knowledge or a concept or whatever of everything. You with me? Hence why he can talk about sports, or cooking, or architecture, or painting, or stretches, or exercise, or metallurgy, or geopolitics, or CRPGs, or voice acting. That's the point of all the eyes.
It's happening. It's all happening.
Obscure death metal.
And you can't stop it.
I guess I could kill the boss music.
And you can't stop this.
No! I wanted to know what he was going to say about totally not Revan.
And with that, the Sith Academy is secure. I suppose saying good work would constitute a gross understatement.
This Jedi commander, he said some odd things.
That's not...
I'm sure Darth Arcus would like to
Never
hear
mind,
about
Eva.
it.
Don't worry about
He's
it.
eager to offer up his congratulations in person. You've really come through for the Empire. There is so much for us to thank you for, and much yet to discuss. I hope we see you soon.
Okay. I'm not sure we have time for the next one. What do y'all think? Okay, so you know how Grounded is out? So me and my friends are discussing whether or not we're going to play it as a co-op thing. Now, one of my friends is familiar with a game called Subnautica, so he called Grounded Yardnautica.
The Republic's been flushed from the Sith Academy, and their commander, Jensen, is dead.
You have served the Empire with strength and passion. I applaud you.
I'll let you flirt. Flirt away. Yes, my commander. How did you know? Whoops.
Before he died, Commander Jensen made a comment about having served his purpose.
He did? Almost makes it sound as though the Republic sacrificed all those forces in support of some ulterior motive. Listen, I want to be sure you understand that what you've accomplished, both on Korriban and on Tython, will be long remembered. Everyone will look back on these days as the nascent events that framed a new foundation for the galaxy. They will see those who participated as its architects.
Have you taken Lord Go's vow of silence? Or whatever that was?
I'm reflecting on the day's events. As Darth Arcus has said, your contributions thus far have been most impressive.
Lana and I are indebted to you for your exemplary actions in the Empire's name. We thank you.
Yes, thank you. I do hope we have the chance to speak again. Preferably soon.
Glory for the Empire.
You're saying it wrong. No, Mr. Red had it pretty right. The idea of...
This is Lana Benico. I need you to meet with me somewhere private. You may be the Empire's only hope.
Because it's not just about liking everything, Eva. Yeah, her face looks wrong. It's about being able to connect with anyone. That's really the more important focus point. Yeah, camera! What the hell? That was one of the worst ones so far. Jesus, game. Listen, as much as I love having sex with people I just met... Ugh, I look hideous. Damn it.
You came. Good. I'm aware I've been somewhat quiet following your success on Tython. Don't mistake my reticence for apathy.
You know what? Hold up. Please let me have my hair. For God's sakes. Oh, of course he is Evo. It wouldn't work if he wasn't real. No, the problem is, I don't like my face without my hair. My face uncovered in that hood looks terrible. It looks fine when the hood's on.
You came.
This is my real tank armor, by the way.
I'm aware I've been somewhat quiet following your success on Tython. Don't mistake my reticence for apathy. Truth is, I have a great deal to say. Now that we're alone, we can have a real dialogue.
Why don't you start by telling me a little bit more about yourself?
Oh. What is it you want to know?
I mean, yes, but that's missing the point, Eva, which is why I hesitated. I am not flirting with her. I'm not flirting with her.
You're unusual for a Sith. You don't even have
This
a
is a
title.
canon playthrough now.
Knowledge, answers, truth, the Force. These are the things I hold dear. Titles don't interest me. Can we... Sorry, I don't mean to appear antisocial, but I do have pressing concerns. Darth Arcus wasn't entirely forthcoming about his reasons for invading the Jedi Temple. Not even with me. He was after a very specific item. An artifact.
I overheard Arcus talking to Go. It did seem like they had some ulterior motive.
If I knew more, I could determine what that motive is. There's very good reason to be concerned about it.
Meaning?
I now believe that the Republic's attack on Korriban wasn't a retaliation for Tython. It was intended to coincide with our own attack.
See, Django knows this is a canon character now because I've got scars all over the place.
Attacking Korriban while the Empire still held the Jedi Temple didn't make much sense to me at the time. It still doesn't.
Nor should it, not from our current vantage point. But a wider context may exist that could explain recent events. There's something in the Force that I've never felt before. It exists nowhere and everywhere at once, writhing, growing.
I should sense that as well. Are you sure?
I think I sense this growth because I'm tied to it somehow. Maybe by association to Darth Arcus. I think the Empire's in terrible danger. I'm far from weak, but I'm only one Sith. Whatever's coming, I can't stop it alone, Roth.
Listen, I can't flirt, okay? It's against my religion to flirt when it's real, when it's an actual playthrough. Like, I mean, we're going to be romancing Miranda in Mass Effect 2. That's not a canon thing, right? It doesn't count because it never happened. I do love how, like, the chat is just this cavalcade of flirt. And then there's just Evo, don't flirt. just completely by herself.
You say you sense something, and all but accuse Darth Arcus of plotting against the Empire, and I'm supposed to just believe you.
If my word isn't enough, I suppose I'll have to prove it to you. Whatever I find, I'll let you know as soon as I can. Stay vigilant, and may the Force ever serve you.
Okay, there we go. We have two people saying flirting cannot be. Must not be. And now let's get our actual outfit going again. See, it looks fine when the mask's on. In fact, I actually really like this outfit. Is that... Okay. Those were not NPCs, no. Where does Crusader Kings 2 with all its DLC rank on the strategy games list? Oh, that's pretty. Pretty far down. I actually am not a huge fan of CK2. I think it has too many issues and too many problems to really be that good of a game. It's unique, but you know me, uniqueness does not by itself guarantee a game's quality. Okay, I gotta know. Yep, we don't know how to swim. Good to know. We are water soluble. Ah, there we go. Okay. Just pretend the sharks came up. Nom, 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 nom. Delicious. Hang on. Hang on. 1 second. Oh, hey, Soul Blazer came out 20 years ago. Let's see here. Can you give me like just the music, please? This is nice. This cleaned up nice. I like this. I don't mean to gush, but this actually looks better than KOTOR 1's Manaan a bit. I mean, it should. But you could, I could tell it was Manaan immediately just from looking at it. So, I like it.
Welcome. So good to see you again.
Hi.
As implied in our last brief communication, Darth Arcus is at the center of a grand conspiracy. Arcus had the Jedi Temple raided to acquire knowledge of Rakata technology that he could use to harm the Empire. Even now, he plots against us.
A secret conspiracy? I have some measure of expertise in that area.
Yes, Commander. A blessing you're here. I'll admit I'm a bit out of my depth. I've followed Arcus to a secure undersea laboratory here on Manaan, where he's working with a Selkath geneticist on something. I've been trying to learn more. I've also discovered that Colonel Darroch secured passage to the same laboratory. He was behind the Republic's raid on Korriban.
It seems to me that Arcus and Darroch are working together.
That's my feeling as well, but we won't know for certain unless we get into that laboratory. As I said, it's a well-protected facility. You'll have to make your way through heavily armed Selkath and dismantle their security grid.
You're not coming?
I'd intended to confront Darth Arcus myself, but I sense a presence here. A potential ally. I'll remain in touch and let you know how my search progresses. May the Force be at your service.
I hate this game so goddamn much. Alright, moving on. I'm not even going to repeat what I just said, because I'm too angry to do it.
This is Lana. Darth Arcus isn't far. I can sense him. We have to learn what he and the Selkath are doing down there and confront him. To have your run of the place, you'll need to shut down the security grid. You have the coordinates now. I'll stay in touch.
What do I think of romancing Caden as female shepherd? Well, I hated it so much that I let him die the first time he did it. So, I guess that's my answer to that. Aaron asks, what is the significance of the name Nishia? We don't know. So, Darth names are always one of two things.
Who's already proved quite resourceful. He's learned of a prisoner in the security hub who's been scheduled for disposal by experimentation. This Jakaro sounds like someone you might want to talk with, as soon as you contend with the head of security.
So, the name was actually supposed to be N-I-T-I-A. That was the original intention, right? But I don't know what that means. Because the thing is, there's two ways to do Darth names. There's take a word and, you know, remove a couple of letters. Vader, Sidious. Or there's take a word and, like, play around with it so it sounds similar. But, yeah, you said it, buddy. But, isn't literally the same word, right? Okay, that's frustrating. turning into Malik or Theranos. You get the idea. So Nishia, yeah, was supposed to be something, NITIA. But NITIA was taken, so we couldn't do that. Interesting. This is the closest thing to a boss fight I've seen in this entire game so far. Not sure what to make of that. So I'm curious what killed Giga. Does anybody know how that worked out? The gate kills you? What? Is that seriously how that works? Because I'm giving that a negative right now. If that's a real thing, that is bonkers. That is terrible design. Oh, sorry, you're not in the fight. Die! Like, most other MMOs do a thing where there's like a wall, and it's like, I can't get in, I'm stuck out of the fight. FF14 lets you teleport in. But just killing you? Yeah, no, that's negative. That's awful. What the crap hell? Anyways, let's see. Oh wow, Alex. I've never seen that.
We're rescued!
What?
Jakaro! My most sincere apologies for his outburst.
Hold up.
Please don't leave us here to rot! I implore you!
Do not speak to me when I have not spoken, or I'll shut you off forever.
I'm guessing you two have no choice but to stick together.
He's an annoyance, but he is my droid. Introduce us.
I am C2D4, former translator to Her Eminence Queen Lena of Onderon. And this is my current master, the renowned illicit transport specialist, Jakaro.
A smuggler, in other words.
Jakaro was hired, quite innocuously, by a Selkath geneticist named Garima. We delivered a large shipment of perfectly legal medical supplies here to this facility. Imagine our consternation when Garima then had us imprisoned and interrogated most harshly by two awful creatures.
That's Imp Sith in a pub. I told them the truth, but they scheduled us for experiments anyways.
So, it's true. Darth Arcus and Colonel Darrok are working together.
That's why I'm only giving it one negative.
Is that significant?
Maybe. They're in a secret alliance, droid. I have a bad feeling about it. So do these imps. You've come to stop the pub of the imp, have you not? Yeah.
They thought I wouldn't discover their conspiracy. I'm going to show them exactly how wrong they were.
A chance at revenge, but first I must gather my weapons and see that my ship is intact. Jeez, dude.
We shall endeavor to hurry and regroup with you at our earliest opportunity.
Yeah, C2 is loud. I think that's just the voice, though. And the Wookiee is loud because he's a Wookiee. I'm not Wookieist, but Wookiees are too loud in this game.
Nice to see you've made a new friend. Or friends, as it were. But a warning. You're about to encounter members of the Order of Shasa. Force-sensitive Selkath who are neither Jedi nor Sith. Their complicity here does not bode well for us. I
mean, nothing's as bad as the Ugnaughts. So, yes, I have cooked with rose water. It's fantastic. Rose cookies are amazing. Although my sister makes those, not me. Taria says, I have a policy for not talking about controversial topics. When you were a kid, what made you come up with this? I actually remember the exact incident. Once upon a time, I was in 5th or 6th grade. I'm not actually sure which, because it was the same school for both. There I was, just kind of hanging out. And I didn't understand why people were treating homosexual as an insult. So I brought it up. I was like, hey, you know, why is this a thing? I will spare you the details, but that conversation devolved from a conversation into a yelling match very quickly. I was very confused by that. And in fairly short order, I realized the problem was the exact reason why the controversial rule now exists. So I just decided to not talk about it. And it has developed, of course, and mutated over the years, but that was the originator.
Our ally just made note of strange power signatures in your vicinity. He believes they may be emanating from Rakata technology. It warrants a closer look. Tap into a nearby console so we can investigate.
Are people so dumb? I can actually answer that, but I don't think you want me to. Also, it's not Halloween yet. I'm not going to answer that question. Even on Halloween, I wouldn't answer that question. Let's see. Does madness feel empathy? You know, it's never occurred to me. I would say yes. I would also say that that's ridiculous what just happened. Section 31 around as a concept, not in universe before DS9. No. They really did invent Section 31 well into DS9's run. I recommend not reading the news or watching the news to everyone, ever. No, I don't think we will, Ross. Oh yeah! So you want to hear something funny? So, some of you are probably aware of the fact that I was debating when to schedule the WoW review. I could do it... I could have done it before Dragonflight or after. Now, I'm not going to give you all the specifics, but the long and the short of it is that Dragonflight is changing several things under the hood. So the moment the acclimation patch goes live, the nature of the review will change, right? Now, I was mentally estimating that Dragonflight will come out somewhere around March. And so I was kind of mentally scheduling around that as a concept. And that would have been, you know, possible. Earlier this week, they announced Dragonflight is coming out at the end of November. So if I was to start the WoW review... the minute that we finish Tor, it would not actually be sufficient time to finish WoW before the acclimation patch goes live. So, they solved the question for me. It's funny because I was leaning that way anyways.
You don't know me, but I'm here with Lana. She's meditating using your connection to Darth Arcus to pinpoint his location. She wanted you to know if I found anything, and I did. Energy readings from Garima's lab. The kind of technology's firing up like crazy in there. Don't know for sure what's going on, but I can pretty much guarantee it's got to be stopped.
I was admittedly hoping to review WoW this year, but we're running out of year. So it's becoming more of an issue. A little bit, J. Palmer.
You must be Garima. Time to talk.
How did you get in here?
The hard way.
You're not here with the Underwriters. No, you're something else entirely. You are trouble.
Care to tell me where your underwriters are?
I'm unable to comply with your request as I do not know their present location. However, I do know where they intend to be. God, that's loud. Cellcat. They will arrive shortly to claim these prototype Rakata-Tech warriors. They are self-repairing and virtually immortal. I am most proud of my creations, though it did take many dozens of attempts to make the grafting process non-lethal. Korriban, you plan to cut me open, you double-deering gory. It wasn't my decision. Admittedly, I was eager at my first attempt to implant a Wookiee.
He mustn't get another chance to betray us! Shoot him already!
Oh, by all means. Just shoot him. I'm fine with that. Screw this guy.
Let your hate be your guide, Jakaro.
And always let your hatred be your guide. That felt good. Nobody's gonna get that reference.
How very unexpected.
This is the potential complication you sensed?
Aye.
No, my advisor is not among them, though I still sense her presence. It would appear Beniko convinced my associates here that I'm up to no good.
Was she lying? Make your case for how you're not betraying the Empire with this Darok person.
No, I am most definitely acting against the Empire's narrow interests. But what I do is not for ill, it is for the future of this galaxy. Sorry to cut this short, but since we have everything we need...
So why are we against these people again? Can we join them instead of serving the narrow and stupid Empire? Is that an option? No? Okay. So I'd ask... Well, I'm sure that's fine. Definitely fine.
We're leaving now. As this facility comes crashing down upon itself, enjoy a preview of our infinite army.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Derek and Argus ejected all the emergency pods. No going back the way you came. Good news is I slayed one of the pods. Got it on remote pilot headed for a docking hatch nearby. You should have the coordinates by now. Get moving.
Listen, we're not evil, bro. I mean, we're kind of evil. Okay, we're super evil. Damn it, camera. Yeah. Thank you, Baron. Always appreciate those subs.
Getting readings from their Alpha Cyborg. That thing's serious and it's coming right for you. Stay sharp.
And what would you like to put that towards?
Take that thing out, quick!
Okay.
Lana said you were tough. Come on, let's see it.
Well, okay. What you're talking about, Zakta? He doesn't have a recognizable voice at all. Oh, there's a heat. Is he ignoring the taunt? Oh, no, that's not taunt. Where the hell's taunt? There's taunt. Come here. He is straight up ignoring the taunt. That droid is mega taunting him.
Watch it!
Let's try this. Oh, okay, hang on. I think I got him. Hang on, let's taunt him again. This is my third taunt now. There we go.
You're doing it! You're doing it! Watch it!
Okay, there we go. Still Tor.
Great work. Well, let's get you out of there.
It's working. It's working.
Hang on. Emergency pod's almost secure, but not quite.
You're with the Republic, aren't you?
That's right. I'm also saving your lives. You got a problem with that?
A little bit. But not really.
Just get us out of here.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Hurry! I wasn't built to survive the crushing depths!
Wookiees aren't built that way either.
Okay, all set. Climb in and enjoy the ride.
Oh, hey, I recognize that. Even though I killed it last time I was here, but you know. Wait, what's a side character? I've heard of that before. I've noticed I've stopped getting loot in these. I'm not sure what to think about that. Either that or just my loot luck is terrible. Wait, what? Okay, cool. Yeah, I noticed that, Jay Palmer. Which, again, I'm not sure what I think of that. And now it's time to do the next dungeon. Tomorrow. At 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as usual.